Hello, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 27. Let us be the last to say Happy New Year to everybody. Welcome to 2024. My name is Falco Flyer. I am joined here with Safaria. Saf, it's a new year, same old Proving Grounds.
New year, same Who Up Proving the Ground for the 27th time. Falco, how are you? I'm so glad to be here with you tonight on a nice little chilly Friday evening.
This is the first time I'm actually cold in my basement. Typically, I'm down here wearing a t-shirt. I've got a fan on because my PC runs really hot, but I am bundled in my Kirkland signature sweater. I'm ready for some Proving Grounds tonight. We've got a pretty good matchup to start you guys off with tonight. Persistence versus Shark Reef. Both of these teams were in Div 4 of the last Ludi season. Persistence making the playoffs, only dropping one set. Shark Reef didn't really have the best Ludi season themselves, going 0-5, not winning a set, but hey, what better way than Proving Grounds to prove that you can move on up and at least survive the first round. So we have a even number of 32 teams competing tonight on Proving Grounds, and I know that these teams are ready to rumble with what's going on. Oh, I guess we have 31. I lied. Sorry that I lied. There's one team, don't ask me, got a bye.
How dare you?
They're waiting. How dare me? They're waiting on to see who's going to be facing them between Light Bloom and Ink Recovery. But yes, round one of Proving Grounds 27 here, coming up shortly with Persistence versus Shark Reef.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to some Octobrush gameplay coming from Lucio every once in a while. Very fun. Persistence was really fun to watch at Riptide as well as Low Tide City. Hoping that they're going to make an appearance at Low Tide City this year again. This is a team I particularly like watching. They're so active and present in the competitive community. And you know what? I think it's great that Persistence and Shark Reef made it through the Ludi season without breaking up, regardless of results. So, hats off to you. Another year of Splatoon, if you're Shark Reef or Persistence.
Yeah, and for Shark Reef too, I know that this season they played in a higher div than where they played last season. I believe they were either 5 or 6 years prior. So, of course, making great progress moving on up. And, like you said, and like everybody says, when you kind of survive the Ludi season, if you're still intact as a team, then that's a pat on your back, because clearly not everybody can even say that going into this. But yeah, with round one, again, this is a very quick best of 3. Of course, since we only have we have less than 32 teams, we will be having a double elimination bracket for today. So the loser's not out of it right away. There is some redemption that goes on, but I can tell you, a best of 3 to start off is never something that's going to be super easy. But let's hop into our first match here. Persistence versus Shark Reef. Like you said, we're going to see some key weapons. We're going to see the Octobrush player from Lucio coming out on the side of Shark Reef. We're going to see the Stamper come out for Persistence. I'm sorry, the Shark Reef is going to be on the left. Persistence is going to be on the right. But yes, again, a lot of comps that we do see. Of course, the Inkbrush Nouveau isn't really a weapon that we see all the time here, but always so much fun when we do see it, Saf.
Yeah, and Lucio in particular is a very, very talented Octobrush player. They've been playing it for quite a while, probably since Splatoon 2, I would imagine. So definitely no stranger to a weapon like this, even with considering maybe the kit isn't the strongest for some folks. But, I mean, Persistence is making it known that, hey, that doesn't really matter because we're already past this first checkpoint and we're moving on to number 2 on this platform. And it's going to be a lot easier, too, especially with Ichi in that Kraken form on the bats.
Yeah, and I don't blame Shark Reef here for the early flank with basically how quickly Persistence has been able to push up. You know, you don't want to be the team that's feeding. You don't want to just, like, rush to the checkpoint. You need to have something quick, something up your sleeve early on, and Shark Reef did such a good job, and yeah, also getting some key picks, but unfortunately for them, they are going to have 2 players down. Tower is going to go back into favor of Persistence, though, but I swear, Shark Reef, they're not letting go. Seal getting a nice double pick here, waiting for opportunities to strike up, as, again, the aggression for Persistence is still showing strong, and yeah, that was a very, very good opening push, but we can tell that they are not done yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not over Persistence. Did you see Ichi hiding in their splash wall in the corner there? They are down, but they are certainly not out. Persistence holding onto this tower still. We did see the second checkpoint fall for them, which is absolutely crucial. There's not really anything holding them back from checkpoint number 3. Shark Reef really just has to work together here to hold onto this platform still. They don't want Persistence breaking through any more than they already have. And you can see that too as Yoshi and Seal are kind of teaming up on this right-hand side here. They don't really want to give any more space to work with, but it's unfortunate if you're
pushing up forward. Yeah, they're going to be pushing forward once again. Again, they have a lot of paint in front of them, and the rain, the cooler, the help of all of them, and a nice double. I think that was from a bomb there, and we can see, yeah, the wipeout. We can just see a lot of their players just kind of like waiting. We're going to wait until we get comfortably to this third checkpoint to try and push forward, and that was really key for Persistence to try and push forward, and Pinchy here is going to get some nice picks as well. 2 players are going to be down, and they're going to be cruising and sailing into this game 1. Persistence, a very dominant game here. Of course, they started off very, very strong. Shark Reef came back able to kind of contest a little bit by some of the checkpoints, but that game was all Persistence staff.
Hard agree, Falco, and I do think it really has to do with the couple of those Trizuka picks that we saw from Jollybird earlier. I think Ichi having this Kraken and being just invulnerable was also pretty huge. Just trying to hold on to that little pit area in front of the spawn, which is exactly what you want to be doing if you have the advantage and people are coming out of there. So, well played by Persistence. I mean, it's in the name. They persisted. They persisted and they were able to win that first game, so...
And what I love what Ichi did there is with the Kraken, getting in front of the tower. Not necessarily just staying on the tower. You know, you can kind of like sneak up on the tower if you're a Kraken, if the opponents can sneak up on. But if you're in front of the tower, just making sure that nobody can push up, that is one way to win a game. And Persistence did exactly just that. As we're going to get set for Rainmaker Museum Alfonsinos here. So, again, if you're Shark Reef, hard to take away from what you played in Game 1. Of course, Round 1 of Proving Grounds, Round 1 of really any tournament can just kind of be a little up in the air sometimes. You never really know what you're going to get. But yeah, we will wait to see what we see in Game 2.
Yeah, and I think with Rainmaker as well, it's a lot more fast-paced. You have to get to the key positions a lot quicker, I feel, than normal. But I think that, once again, I think Octobrush for Persistence would be a really good choice here, especially considering the mobility that Lucio would have in being a little more aggressive for Persistence. But I do think that on the side of Shark Reef, I think that they'll have a better advantage too, just because if they pull out some sort of backline weapon here, I think Persistence might have a hard time with trying to utilize the space and try to push forward, especially if you have someone that's pretty keen on getting up high into higher places and can actually control, like, especially on your own platform area. You want to be able to control that spinner area before you can cause any real damage after popping first check. So having someone that can take advantage of the higher ground, I think, is going to be really beneficial here for Shark Reef.
Yeah, I think so too, and this will allow, not that Rainmaker is a very patient mode. You think of tower control as kind of the patient mode, because that's, again, other than zones, that's the only one where you can't control the speed of the objective, but I think this will be a little better situated for Shark Reef in that manner. Of course, they're going to have the checkpoint that kind of breaks up the set, breaks up the game, allows you a little bit of breathing room. So we will see if they're going to change things up for this game, and we are going to see them drop the oh no, they did not really change a lot of the comps. They did change to the carbon roller this time. So they're going to have the carbon. Seal's going to be bringing that out with the Zuka. But a lot of the rest of the comp is going to be staying the same, with Persistence not really changing anything up.
Well, I do think Shark Reef has a lot more ink here to work with, especially to allow their carbon a lot more mobility and space to get into the midsection here and maybe try to win some fights. You can see Seal did try to break in and move forward there, but Persistence already pushing Shark Reef into a 3-down scenario, and there it is. Lucio is pushed so far forward with the help of Ichi. You can see Hollow is also trying to follow up here, or excuse me, Jollybird is trying to get in here and follow up. I mean, look at this. Ichi's already on this top right-hand side here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as you get the Kraken in that type of position, it is, you know, you're kind of in danger there, but, you know, thankfully for Shark Reef, 3 members of Persistence were able to go down, so they were able to survive. Now, of course, Persistence did get to 40, they did break the checkpoint, so a very good lead just under a minute in, and that's exactly what they did on the tower control game prior. So, again, if you're Shark Reef, you just kind of gotta, you know, regroup, regather your thoughts here. Yoshi's going to be the only one alive trying to take... Oh, and Ichi's going to be taking them down, so that's actually a huge pick with Persistence and Ichi taking and keeping the aggression on the side of Shark Reef, and this is going to be their second Kraken that comes out. They're able to find one here on the Gal, able to take down that suction bomb, and able to get Jollybird in a key position to use the Zuka and push forward. Persistence going to get the 27, and they are not letting go of this Rainmaker just yet with one player down. Now we're back in the neutral game, but Shark Reef, they've really got to be on their toes here.
Yeah, I think having that Trizuka was really huge because you could see 2 different members of Persistence having to be forced to step backwards to not allow the Trizuka to take them out here. Finally, Hollow able to break through to the other side and get this Rainmaker down into mid. Huge for Shark Reef if they want to try to re-establish some footing here, but not if you're going to be Persistence and do exactly what's in the name. They're already back into the spawning area of Shark Reef, and especially with this Kraken coming out too, just a lot of displacement factor moving forward here, but Persistence is just not letting down as 2 more people go down, make it 3. The Carbon Roller losing their special. You can see Ichi forced to take the high ground, and they're going to go all the way to the left and probably take it all the way here, Falco.
Yeah, that was a clear path. Persistence played that perfectly. I mean, you had your key players push up, and the thing is, they moved as a unit pretty much that entire game. And Persistence knew, okay, we keep the distraction on the lower side. We have a Rainmaker take it up here on the left side, up top. And, you know, of course, it's interesting because you can survive, you can get a good push, but getting that dunk can be pretty hard. And we're going to see it here. They definitely had some damage that was on them, but here we see Ichi taking it up. And of course, you have the mercy of the spinner where the positioning is. And honestly, they barely made that jump. It seemed like they were pretty close, and we knew everybody was on Ichi. You see 3 things being fired their way. And I think if there was at least like 1 drop of paint that was on them, they would have been splatted and it wouldn't have been the dunk. So that was a very once again, a dominant win there for Persistence, and again, moving up as a unit, just really playing together. And I think key Kraken play. You know, we saw the Kraken on Persistence, we saw it on Shark Reef, but Persistence Kraken play is, I think, what really helped seal the deal.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed that we got to see Ichi not overextend themselves with that Rainmaker push. They allowed for Jolly and Lucio to push forward and almost kind of create like a wall to defend Ichi and not let anybody kind of break through and get to them. And I like that Ichi was so patient with moving up. They really did wait until that 2-down scenario, the trade from Lucio, happened, and they took advantage of trying to take that higher ground right away as soon as they were all going down. And I mean, you're so right though. They barely made that jump over to the pedestal, and I do think that there maybe would have been a different outcome had Jolly not been in that spawning area with them, because it did look like maybe some of that attention was turned towards Jolly, and you kind of have to set the priority in your mind at like in the moment there. And I think it just gave Ichi just barely enough space to work with and footing to work with in order to break the pedestal. So super well done by Persistence. I mean, a lot of notes to be taken from Shark Reef as well.
Yeah, and I think that's also the key part of, you know, a good Rainmaker play is, you know, serving the distraction elsewhere. Because, of course, there were some maps, and I'm thinking, like, like Scorch Gorge, for instance, where you're so narrow, you're pushing in that alleyway just all together, and there's really nowhere else to go. But here, at least on Museum, you can have flanks to get to the podium, which of course isn't something that we are able to see in a lot of these stages. So yes, I think that worked out very well for them. You know, we saw a quick 2-0, but there have been other matches here that have already finished up. And of course, we mentioned in round 1, you're going to see those 2-0s pretty quickly. So we do see a few of these results that are trickling in here. Zone's Good versus Half-Life, that's going to be one. Nightmare is going to be taking on Persistence now. So of course, we just saw Persistence, but they're taking on the number 2 seed overall, Nightmare. They're a fun team to watch. They were in the Ink TV Resurgence League, and as soon as I was scrolling through like which teams are playing in Proving Grounds, like Nightmare, okay, like they're
I had to double take for a second.
Yeah, I was like, they're definitely up there, and I love when we see the teams who are you know, like In Control Red Sun. You know, we've seen other high level pickups. I'm like, all right, Nightmare's a team we're gonna look out for. But a lot of these other teams, kind of some pickups that are going on too. So we always love to see that. Addicted to Splatoon, getting a 2-0 win over Sub Power Up. So that's also a nice win for them as well. And Eggshells, I honestly can't see who they're facing. I can't really read that on our screen, but they are up 1-0 over Iruka. Okay, thank you, Elemental. We appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. So, yeah, that's gonna be a matchup that we're gonna be wanting to check out as well. But we've got a little bit of time. Saf, how was your New Year?
You know, it was really good. I feel like this year I wrote down resolutions this time. I feel like I never do that, and I was just like, you know what? Why not? What's something new that I want to do this year? So I journaled on New Year's Day. Wrote down some things that I wanted to focus on, and maybe some other things like throughout the year that don't need to be as immediate. And I feel like so far so good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It's I've had a slow trickle back into work. You know, I had the day after New Year's off, which was nice, and so I worked 3 days last week, 3 days this week, and it's all been pretty fine and dandy. But of course, we're always happy to be back here at Proving Grounds. I know we didn't have one 2 weeks ago during the, you know, kind of the time in between Christmas and New Year's, or I guess like right before Christmas, rather. But yes, happy to be back. It's crazy, it's been 27 already. This is number 27 of Proving Grounds. I remember when Proving Grounds first started, all the way back in 2022. It was late 2022, but it was a good time. But it's been pretty good so far too. It's been a good New Year's.
Yeah, I think too. I think there's a lot of room to grow, a lot of progress to be made. And I appreciate that even with New Year's plans and holiday plans, Splatoon never stops. Because looking at this bracket again, there's so many familiar faces here, Falco, that have gone through Proving Grounds before and are just here to stay. Even into the next year. I mean, you can see Velocity's there, taking 2 over Lego Fortnite, which is great. You have Glyph, who I believe was on SOS earlier this week. So you have Glyph making a return. And they're actually ahead at the moment, 1-0 over Rush Hour. And like we said, Nightmare and Persistence. You have Catnip coming through, which is an Octopi / I believe a Twig from 7th Heaven is on there. So that's a really fun team to watch. Getting 2-0 over Super Team 5. But on top of the bracket, we get to see the lovely XOXO, a team that have recently become a very big fan of and getting to watch. And then we have versus Addicted to Splatoon, who you just mentioned got a 2-0 over Sub Power Up.
Yeah, this will be a fun matchup. So with you being familiar with XOXO, what can you tell us about them?
XOXO has very, very good synergy, and they are very good coming back from a detriment. They're very good at coming back from a sticky situation, a lockout situation. They're very good at trying to push themselves back into the map. They had a phenomenal back and forth in the SOS 133 finals this week. Ultimately ended up getting second place, but they did win SOS 132. So they won SOS 132, got second place in 133. Can't even imagine what's going to happen in the next one. Will they get into top 4 on 134? Who knows? But a player to be looking out for is Mox, who I believe is an Octobrush one trick. I believe is the case for Mox. And you also want to be looking out for Kiki, who has insane arc shots with their Trizuka. I mean, just wild behavior. And you want to be talking about Mar as well, who is their resident, I believe, backline / pencil player. Mar, who has very, very good poking mechanics, but also can take people in a fight with pencil at close combat as well. So, definitely a force to be reckoned with if you're going against XOXO.
Yeah, and it should be a fun match. Against Addicted to Splatoon, this is definitely... I recognize a lot of these players, CJ, Ivy, Eider, so, like, and Meow as well. This is definitely a pickup that I'm like, okay, this is a fun team that they're going to be taking on. This will be a good matchup. Of course, we'll be starting on Clam Blitz Crab Leg here, which, honestly, I do enjoy so much. Just for clams, I'll be honest, I don't really like it for any other mode. It's just been being candid, but no, I think this will be a good challenge for both of these teams too. And again, Addicted to Splatoon, we saw them getting that 2-0 victory over Sub Power Up. And again, we do have the losers bracket that is going on as well at the same time. Anytime we do have less than 32 teams sign up, we do have a losers bracket that is able to happen. So again, once you're there, the race is very hard. A lot of best of threes that you gotta survive if you want to move up. So those teams will be trying their hardest in order to do so. But yeah, we will be awaiting for our second round here with XOXO and Addicted to Splatoon. Saf, did you get your new the holiday drip from the Splatoon news?
I have not yet, but I'm very interested in the top hat.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I got my stuff. I played a round of Salmon right before this, and I was able to claim it. So I've got my stuff. I chose team. By the way, Splatfest teams are out. They were out as of I don't really
yesterday?
know. Was it yesterday or was it earlier today? Sometime. I don't really know.
I think you're right. Earlier today.
I chose Team Family. I was kind of up in the air about what I was going to choose because I like the Team Friends color the best, that like light blue. I think that looks the best, but I went with Team Family. I do like seeing my family for the holidays.
There's nothing more important than family, Falco. Vin Diesel taught me that.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You ever seen Fast and Furious?
Okay, so I saw, I think, the third one when I was in the 9th grade, and that's all that's it. That's all I remember. I don't remember anything from the series. I know there's like 18 billion movies of Fast and Furious. So that's not my, that's not my genre of movie. That ain't me.
You're lying. You're joshing.
That ain't me. Yeah, we're waiting on the set. I believe a lot of the players are trying to get into the lobbies now, and we'll get ourselves situated pretty soon. We are waiting on one person to hop on in here for this set. You know, we didn't see Robo Ramen in the last set, and I know it was going to be zones. What is your opinion on Robo Ramen so far?
I enjoy it. I enjoy that there is like one primary space up in the middle, but I like that there's a lot of below space to have to like take fights and push people into corners. I don't know. I think it's a really enjoyable map, to be honest. And also it's very visually appealing. Honestly, it's what I'd imagine the inside of Arawana Mall would look like if it wasn't an outdoor mall. Like if there was a main hub building at Arawana Mall, it would look like Robo Ramen on the inside.
That's fair. It gives me Muscle Forge vibes, and I feel like I've talked to some people who've said like, yes, it feels like Muscle Forge and Gobi Arena if they had a.
They're in the same building. It's like like a Bowinkle Family Fun Center or whatever. It's like one of those.
Yeah, I need to play it more. I was gonna say, like, if we would have gotten to that, I'm like, I don't know positionings, I don't know callouts on this stage, but I like the map overall. I think it's good for zones and for clams. I don't really know about anything else, but yeah. yeah, waiting on this set to happen as well. So, I'm trying to think. What did I had something in line, but it totally escaped me. But that's okay. I feel like
What's your resolution? What's your New Year's resolution?
What's my resolution?
Yeah, what is it?
Know. Yeah, I guess just to be like more in the moment with things and not always be planning ahead, always to be like looking to see what's next.
I'll just do it. I'll just
do it. You know me. You know me too well. All right, let's hop into our next match. Addicted to Splatoon versus XOXO. Again, Clam Blitz on Crab Lake Capital as we hop into here for this match. We're going to see the pencil come out, like you said, for what's going to be on the side of Addicted to Splatoon, and then we're going to see the Squeezer and the Stamper come out on the side of XOXO. So again, I feel like XO running, kind of the traditional comps. Both of these teams are running very traditional comps that we see often enough, but really nothing is going to be standing out as far as anything that's going to be groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's fun for me to see Kiki on the Squeezer here because at first I thought it was like, oh, maybe it's the shot that they're utilizing. But no, I do believe it is the Trizuka. I enjoy when people are like, I'm just going to main the special, really. The weapon is I'm indifferent to the weapon, but as long as it has the special that I like, then things will work out for me. And I feel like that's what Kiki's trying to go for here. You can see already, though, Addicted to Splatoon did have their shot player go down, but they do have their Trizuka online, and they're waiting to find a good spot to use it. But if you have Mox kind of flying around in your base with that Zipcaster, you have to wonder where your priority is going to lie for a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them if they're able to get the Zipcaster that comfortable. XOXO in a decently good position here. They do have a power claim at their ready. They do have the cooler online as well, but really not much opportunity to push forward. They are able to get one pick on Addicted to Splatoon. It's going to be the shot who's going to be going down. And we're going to see Kiki here using the Zuka up here on the grates, trying to find an opportunity to push forward, kind of maybe serving as a distraction as if they can get other players comfortable. And once again, XOXO has one power claim ready. They have a Crab as well. They're going to be pushing in with a 2-player advantage. They are able to get the score, and one more player going to be going down, Saf, and this looks like it's going to be a good push for them as long as they can get enough claims to score in the basket.
Yeah, you can see one member going down, Kiki opting to go backwards and grab some more clams with DD to follow up here. You can see that DD was able to kind of take the attention of the NZAP and pull them down, the Carbon and pull them down into the pit with them, allowing just a little bit more follow-up from XOXO into the basket down to the 53 mark. And we do see both Trizukas are online now, just trying to find the right spot to use them. Now, but unless you're Kiki, who manages to stay alive, trying to arc some shots over the side there. Not enough clams to make another push, though, for XOXO, but maybe just trying to see what kind of eggs that they can put in this basket before they want to try to push forward. Don't want to try to limit yourself to only one option here. So I like that XOXO is so good at spreading themselves out across the map and really, really quick to respond to callouts as well.
Yeah, and both of these teams are being very patient. Like, we can see Lynette here just kind of waiting, and it's like, you know what, I'm not going to push forward. I'm going to wait for somebody to make the move first. And you could tell on the side of XOXO, they were kind of doing the same thing. You did have some passive paint that went through, but again, not much aggression on either side. And, right now, that's going to benefit XOXO because they do have a lead. And, getting to 53, I feel like they could have gotten a little more if they were a little more aggressive, but it is what it is. That's the number that they have, and I'm pretty sure they're happy with it right now, as Addicted to Splatoon still playing a little bit of defense here, as we see members of XOXO trying to get some flanks. And again, XOXO, they have the claim economy now. They have 12, and they do have a player advantage as well. So once again, they are not letting go of this lead anytime soon, just waiting for the opportunity to push forward, giving their Zap the power clam. They are going to be waiting to strike forward, waiting for kind of this cooler to come out as well. So Addicted to Splatoon going to have something up their sleeve if they want to push on this defensive hold.
Here comes Eider trying to push that power clam that he has backwards. Mox trying to jump down from the left-hand side. 3 members of Addicted to Splatoon going down there, though. You can see Pookie and DD pushing up with the grab tank and the wall to follow. Good positioning if you're Pookie here, and especially finding a double pick, looking in for the third. Probably got a lot of poking damage off of that one. but not a lot of space for Addicted to Splatoon to work with coming out of their basket here. The walls, though, are going to be really crucial, as you can see Pookie was trying to take a lot of attention away from that basket, and they were successful in doing so, and not only that, but backing up and grabbing a couple more clams. XOXO just needs one more to go.
the flaunt to hold we knew we have the clam, we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait for you to drop and throw it in the last minute. And had quite the protection there. XOXO, yeah, a dominant second push. Had a good first push, able to kind of hold the defensive end a little bit, but yeah, that was a really, really good second push that they had at the end.
Yeah, a lot of it, I think, comes down to Pookie here, because Pookie utilized that crab tank so well, getting right in front of the basket there, taking down, I believe, two folks, and then Addicted to Splatoon just had to act. They had to try to get down into their platform area as quickly as possible. But yeah, you can see DD is kind of like, dude, we got it in the bag. We know what's going on. We're just gonna hold on to it for a moment and just. The
best part is, I think they knew that they were on spectator cam too.
Yeah, they must have known. They had to
like,
have
all right, hello stream. But hey, it's we've seen it here. We've seen it in a lot of other tournaments. Before, when we've seen it in the Ludi tonight, where teams are just kind of like, hey, we've got the win, but it's not over yet, but we've got it, so we're gonna do our drip. Yeah, that was a good win there for XOXO. So again, I feel like for the comps, though, it's hard to really take away what can change for Addicted to Splatoon, because I feel like XOXO did such a good job splitting themselves up. You had some players take the grates, you had some players just like poke pressure at the basket from a flank, but not necessarily go all in on the flank. And then when it was time to score, XOXO, they were all on board pretty much the entire time.
I feel like they have a very difficult defense to break through. And XOXO, I think, has proven that time and time again, especially with their runs that they have done on SOS. They have a very impenetrable defense, and if you are able to break through it, then like hats off to you. You're able to get something cooking and get something going. But I feel once again XOXO is really quick to bounce back, and I think once Addicted to Splatoon takes out maybe some of those key players, then I think that they can really do something and really cause some damage here. Specifically, I think that the thorn in their side for this game was Kiki. Because Kiki, using that squeezer, was taking on the grate area on the right-hand side, just kept throwing walls out every time one would disappear, not really allowing anybody to come up on that left-hand side, so the members of Addicted to Splatoon were forced to go through that bottom ramp area. They had nowhere else to go because they didn't have the bombs or the range to try to get Kiki out of another exit point. So they had to jump down into the arms of the other XOXO players. So I think, again, it's just really going to be watching out for where is that range player going to try to set themselves up, and being like, okay, if they're going to also have Trizuka paired with their range, how do we try to combat that and move around that?
We'll hop in here to game 2. We do see the Tri-Slosher coming out from both sides, and honestly, this does not surprise me with being a Macomart stage. Once you can take control of those stacks as a Tri-Slosher, that is going to be key, and especially guarding some of those checkpoints. So, once again, we're going to be seeing it coming out on both sides, but we will have both iterations. We're going to have the cooler for one and the Zuka for the other, and we're going to see a very early 3v3 with Mox trying to find an opportunity to really push up, and this is going to be for them. They are almost get a pick, but able to kind of clean up a little bit. One of their members are going to be going down, so Addicted to Splatoon in a little bit of control. They're going to be taking the early cap here, but Mox able to get a nice pick here in the direction of where the tower was going to be going to, and just doing such a... Both of these things are sharking. Look how close they are to each other, Sap. And like the thing is, do they know? They don't know. That's the thing. I love how we can see the names. They're literally right next to each other, but when you have one team, one player who has a Ninja Squid, another who's just not moving, like they don't know that they are literally frames apart from each other.
Finally, okay, the tower is getting moving now. XOXO now flipping the lead in their favor, down to the first checkpoint. Okay, watching on this left-hand side, you don't want to try to give anybody any entry here. Kiki going to be popping this Trizuka on the tower, which is going to be huge, especially since all 4 players of Addicted to Splatoon are in this corner here. poking forward. Nobody has tried to go in and take the flank just yet. And if they do, Pookie is there to meet them and to take a lot of distraction off the tower. Look at this. 2, make it 3 members of Addicted to Splatoon paying attention to where Pookie is at and not exactly looking at the tower. But I guess it didn't matter because that tower is now moving back towards the mid area, and XOXO is now finding themselves at a disadvantage, and the tower is going to actually be moving in the favor of Addicted to Splatoon now.
Yeah, I don't really know how much they're going to capitalize on this, though, because a lot of XOXO players were able to quickly come back, and we see one person here taking the right stack. That is going to be the Stamper, but, I mean, who am I to say? Addicted to Splatoon quickly getting past that checkpoint, but right now they have nobody on control of the tower. 2 players are going to be down on XOXO, so this, they have to take the lead here. There's no excuse if they can't. I mean, you can throw all the bombs that you want on the tower. Okay, there we go. Addicted to Splatoon, able to take the lead through. And that was a really nice shot there from Lynette, getting a nice pick with their Zuka as well. So this is going to be the second checkpoint that they are going to quickly breeze through. So a very, very good push here for Addicted to Splatoon. They are going to have a few players that are going to be going down, but XOXO going to be trying to find an opportunity to push back in once again. Mox able to take down one. Lynette was able to take down another. Mox takes on another. So this is a good comeback here for XOXO, but it's going to be a different position from where we saw them in the first game, where they had a solid lead pretty much the entire time. We're seeing a lot of Zuka kills here, Zap. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Lynette, twice on the spec cam, getting 2 really awesome Trizuka kills, which is so awesome to see. XOXO on the back foot, though, as they try to get this tower rolling in their favor. They broke the second checkpoint. We're still looking to get, we're still looking to get past the second checkpoint here. First checkpoint has fallen, but you can't really quite do that if you have someone like Lynette with that Trizuka trying to take you out, and you actually have a second Trizuka also staring you down in the face as well. But if you are XOXO and your name is Mox, you're able to break through a lot of this front line here and take a lot of momentum and distraction away from the tower movement. But look at that. The jumps coming in from XOXO to try to get this tower moving, but if you're Aider, you're going to just be sitting right there camping those jumps, and you don't want to give any more space to XOXO to work with here. So looking pretty good for Addicted to Splatoon so far. About a minute left to go. Can XOXO turn it around?
Yeah, that was an opportunity for XOXO, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Addicted to Splatoon already pushed up so far, and you know, Addicted to Splatoon, they do have a checkpoint advantage, which honestly for these last 45 seconds that are approaching is going to be really, really crucial. Especially because they're able to get a lot of paint here at mid. They have a lot of paint in front of the tower too, which is very, very important. Aider watching some of these stacks. There are 2 players that's going to be trying to counter them. Mox is one of them. But 2 players are going to be going down on Addicted to Splatoon. That's going to be 3, and they're waiting for one more. That's going to be a very, very delayed wipe here on Addicted to Splatoon. So XOXO, again, probably we will be seeing overtime if they are able to keep this up, but it's just going to be a matter of keeping up this pressure and just maintaining the player advantage, which obviously is much easier said than done. A lot of the specials coming out, the Zuka, the Crab as well. We're going to see the flank here from Lynette, which is going to be great, but they are going to be going down. 2 players alive, just 1 player. It is just going to be Aider, who is alive, trying to fight for their life, but XOXO, the checkpoint, can they hop on and get some picks? No, they can't. The aggression, all the pressure's there, and Addicted to Splatoon somehow holds on, just throwing everything they can to the tower, seeing what sticks. And, you know, when you have a lead like that, when you have a lead that you can just sacrifice yourself a little bit, anything you throw towards the tower is going to benefit you. So that was a really good win for Addicted to Splatoon.
Yeah, I like watching Aider take a swan dive off the top part and get onto the tower as quickly as possible. Also, look at this tower dance from Kiki. Utilizing the cooler to try to have a shield, but also utilizing that middle post per shield. Look at this. 2 different members shooting up at Aider. 1 facing forward, trying to get somebody off of that other platform, L-shaped platform there. And then finally, you could see Mox was trying to swim up and take onto that tower as well, but just didn't quite have enough time. I actually didn't even see who ultimately jumped on the tower at the end there, but like you said, definitely a crucial win for Addicted to Splatoon. The set now being tied, moving into Rainmaker Undertow.
Yeah, it was the Carbon for Addicted to Splatoon who was able to just kind of come up. They kind of kept a little bit of a low profile. You know, it's like I don't want to make myself shown. I'm going to wait for my teammates to use their special, wait for them to use everything that they're doing, and I will be the one who gets on the tower once like the Zukas are out, the suction bombs are out, because that's all you need. All you need is a displacement. You don't necessarily need to get the kill. You just need to move them, and you know, that's kind of the approach they took, and I love how Addicted to Splatoon approached it. You had players flanking, like again, you have the Tri-Slosher who's just like waiting on the side, was able to push forward and hop in. Unfortunately, they did get splatted, but a good win for Addicted to Splatoon, and that's how crucial those checkpoints can be, I think, in tower control, whenever you're able to have some of your players just, again, push up farther and able to kind of give you a little more, a better blanket of security as well, so... That was a great win there. After what seemed to be pretty dominant victory from game one, Saf, with XOXO kind of having their flaunting finish. But you know, they're going to bring us to a game 3 here in round 2.
Well, I like that Addicted to Splatoon kind of showed us from their perspective, like what it looks like when the flank is successful versus when the flank is unsuccessful. Because their initial push, they weren't able to get a flank, and it wasn't really much of a push or really much to be writing home about. But then their second push, their flank was successful on that L-shaped elbow, and then they immediately took it down to the third checkpoint. So it was just a really good example of how the tides can change of when your flank is successful. But that's in the past. We're playing Rainmaker now on Undertow. As always, you've got to see who's going to try to fight for pop and contest the pop, and it's going to look like Addicted to Splatoon is going to be the victors of that in that regard. But it's just like Clan Blitz, where you really want to find yourself in a man advantage before you make any progress with trying to move the objective here. And XOXO is going to do just that, as DD is making their way to the left-hand side, popping first checkpoint within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and uncontested too, which kind of surprises me, because you assume that's going to be the direction that people go to, is kind of the left side. Now, of course, I feel like a lot of teams more often than not have been kind of pushing towards the right side, getting that quick checkpoint and just kind of saying, okay, we got the checkpoint, but when we make a real push, we're going to actually push to the left. So I was a little surprised that nobody was there to contest, and so yeah, XOXO, excuse me, getting to that 46 mark pretty early, but with Undertow, it's never over. We know it's never over.
Far from it, in fact. The stamp going to be coming out from Ader here, who is on the Wiper, which I think is interesting. Really interesting change of going from Bucket to Wiper. Similar mechanic, I would imagine, but the Wiper just has a little bit further reach. And also that stamp can be so powerful when thrown and when trying to chase some people down. But if you're Pookie, though, you're going to be holding down this front area in front of the Rainmaker here, because you really don't want anyone from Addicted to Splatoon to try to go forward. And from this perspective, Falco, it looks like all players of Addicted to Splatoon have been called out, because, I mean, we've been neutral here for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, we have been, and it's just going to be the bloodbath that we're going to be seeing here. Kiki is going to be going down. It's just going to be the Stamper. So here, yeah, Addicted to Splatoon has to capitalize on this. They are opting to take it to the left. It's just going to be one player who's alive, but the special is going to be coming out. Kiki, I believe they had the cooler as they had a pretty quick Zuka come out, and honestly, again, you're not going to get the pick with the Zuko, but you're at least going to say, hey, we have bodies here. You're not going to be able to get this checkpoint. So that was very, very crucial for them, for Addicted to Splatoon, to try and push forward. But, of course, they didn't quite get to the checkpoint, didn't quite get to the 48. XOXO able to pick up the Rainmaker and get some more control. And Lynette trying to get some picks here with the Zuka. Pookie is going to be coming out here with the Crab, trying to displace Ader as well. But look at this going down over here on the right side. Again, the right push, we've been seeing it a little more and more in Splatoon 3. It's just much more slick spots that you have to try and work with, and it's like, if you see the opportunity, you better take it, no matter which side you're taking. But XOXO, now that they've kind of pushed themselves into the situation, they're going to be banking on that they can push this even more.
Yeah, look at Kiki trying to run away from Ader here. They tried to box them in, but then they had Stamp right away, so that's just silly.
Um, Finally, though, Addicted to Splatoon's going to be picking up the Rainmaker once again. XOXO was very present on that right side, and they really just burned a lot of time off the clock here as we make it down to our last minute and a half in the game. But XOXO having 3 members down, this is where Addicted to Splatoon can really shine if they want to try to get this first checkpoint broken down, which they are going to be able to do with Lynette being the Rainmaker carrier, having specials online as well. They are taking this left-hand corner by storm, getting a 2 down, make it 3 down for Aider, looking for the 4th. The Stamp not quite finding contact. They're going to try to move it across the slicks here, and the lead has been flipped down to the 31 mark. So XOXO now on the back foot in this last minute here, but still able to bounce back. So there's still time to work with him to try to change this lead here. But you got to be watching out, though, because Addicted to Splatoon, that was really well played there by Aider.
Yeah, and what sucks is, like, this is one of the easiest maps that once you respawn, you can just shoot towards the podium and just fire everything you possibly can to make sure that nobody can approach the podium, and especially with the slick spots there. Like, it is such a slow ending for a lot of teams and a lot of players, but of course when you get a triple like that, like XOXO, or like Addicted to Splatoon did, you're going to be faring yourselves pretty well. And they're going to be hoping to hold on to this for the last 20 seconds or so, but 3 specials are now going to be online for XOXO. And again, we're going to be seeing the Cooler, going to be seeing the Zipcaster, or not the Zipcaster, we're going to be, yeah, the, well, not anymore, I guess. But we were going to also be seeing, I believe it was the bubble that they just used. So XOXO is going to be trying to push forward at this time, and this is going to be their last push here with 46. They have to be very patient with this push. They're able to get 1 pick. One of their members are going to be going down. Suction bombs are out. We do see some Zookas coming out, able to get 1, but there is a flank here from Lynette. Can Lynette take them down? It's going to be the Carbon who takes them down instead. So D is going to be trying to push forward, has to be avoiding the Suction Bomb, going to be watching the Stamp. The Stamp is going to be going down as well, avoiding the Zuka, but no, it's not going to work. I think it's actually the Carbon Roller who may have gotten them instead, but what a really good effort there for XOXO trying to stay alive. And when you have those staggered specials, it is so hard to plan where you should go because your attention is going to change every time a new special comes out. Oh, there's a Zuka here, there's a Crab here. We got to change course.
Yeah, the gameplay here from Didi was astounding, though. I mean, Lynette broke through. That was free for Lynette. And, I mean, Didi played it well. They were trying to assess the situation very, very quickly. But I think that just goes to show that Didi is a very skilled player when it can come down to the 1v1. Because earlier in the game, I mean, there was a 1v1 happening in that same corner with Didi. And then Kiki was able to actually come in and help them out in a way and kind of take the person out and take some pressure off. So it just goes to show that 1v1 can be really difficult when you're with somebody that your partner maybe has a better way of like cueing the situation. But I mean, Addicted to Splatoon, I mean, just wow, what a phenomenal play, getting it all the way through to that left-hand side, utilizing the Stamp from Aider to try to just get a little bit more through the slicks area. I mean, it was so well played, but XOXO really made a strong effort to try to come back from it. But just, I mean, such a good initial lead, though, coming out from Addicted to Splatoon.
Yeah, you guys could see a lot of the stats there that we were able to show on stream. That was really, really nice. Really good key victories there. You know, I thought XOXO kind of had that in the bag. Okay, sorry. We could see the stats. You guys couldn't. But yeah. But XOXO, I thought they had that in the bag. But hey, before we get ready for round 3, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. So you guys don't go anywhere. Round 3 is going to be coming up here on Proving Out 27. We will be right back.
Hey, sports fans! Welcome back to Proving Grounds 27. We're going into round 3 of this initial group stage, whatever you want to call. Is it a group stage, Falco? Falco's here with me, by the way.
It's not a group stage.
Darn it!
No, it is double elim top 8. So
okay, fine. Double elimination top 8. That's where we are right now. I just lied to you.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, yeah, we've concluded 2 rounds so far. We have 3 more until we get to we have 2 more. 1 more. Wow, until we get to our top 4 of Proving Grounds. 27 here. So yes, we can take a look here at the losers bracket. Persistence, they did move on there, and they did beat Sugar Rush. Half-Light beating Hit the Squiddy. Okay.
He's Widowy hitting the Squiddy.
Oh my gosh.
Proving Grounds 27.
Thank you, Seth.
You're welcome.
And yes, the remaining teams of what we have here for our winners bracket here. 8 teams remaining. We knew Nightmare would be here in this situation. They're going to be facing Catnip. That's going to be really, I think, a fun match to watch.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Nightmare's been together for a while. Catnip I feel like Catnip is kind of like the pickup who has been playing together for a bit. Kind of like what we do with from the Ink Up staff. It's just
yeah.
You know what I mean? They're kind of in that same boat.
I think they're real now.
They're real now. Yes, they are a real team now. That is right. Actually, yes. They're a real team. They're real new roster. With a lot of returning players who had played with their teams before, a lot of the same players. So yes, they are a full-fledged team now. But yeah, we're going to be seeing Velocity versus Zones Good coming up next. And Velocity, a team, a lot of the members here kind of played, with the Splat-A-Lot crew. Riku, they did play in Div 5 of Ludi. Bronze is on this team. That kid, we a lot of these players we kind of seen a lot of the time. Now Zone's good. Saf, is Zone's good? That's the question.
I think it depends who you ask.
Well, I'm asking.
Unless you're asking me.
I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you could see it. So, we mentioned, and why I brought this up, but with, Riku in Radiance. So, Riku played on Radiance, but also so did Fishy. And this was one of those teams that, I don't want to say Ludi controversies of, like, this team was under div, yada yada yada. Who cares? Ludi happened, it ended, we loved it, people played in it. But yes, they're going to be facing each other this time. So I believe Riku is going to be subbing in for Velocity, and Fishy is going to be on this Zone's Good team. And I love when, whether it's like a former teammate, like they're playing against each other on a high stakes stage like this. I think it's so fun.
Yeah, and I think it's also fun because it creates some kind of narrative a little bit, which it's also good if you're on teams that get talked about a lot. And I feel like Velocity has been coming out of people's mouths a lot lately, so that's really cool to see. And
Riku's not even playing anyways, so okay.
You're like, anyways, I just lied to you.
Yeah.
I really like Rapid Blaster and Explosher. That's intriguing.
Yeah, on paper, not a ton of paint. Now, Explosher can kind of surprise us sometimes, but they're really going to want to rely on the Splash and the Zap, and there's going to be plenty of paint on the side of Zone's Good. And hey, luckily for them, we are starting off with Zone's Mahi Mahi again. Kind of a map that we don't see that often, but because of the rework, we are going to be seeing it more and more, it seems like, which I am all for. I really do like it. So Zone's Good is going to be taking that second cap, and which is going to be giving them the lead, but a very, very short lead at that, as Velocity's trying to find opportunities to break forward, and they are able to, but I swear, this can be a very, very lockout-heavy map, and Velocity seems to be faring pretty well in this one, Seth.
Yeah, I agree. I really like Bronze trying to push forward on this right-hand side. They're kind of just poking out, putting some feelers out to see who's around. And there's actually 3 members of Zone Equals Good over on the right-hand side there that it seemed Bronze was able to at least call out 2 of them, just kind of assessing the situation before pushing forward. 2 members of Velocity, though, going down, and even though with Juice online, they're kind of just waiting for their folks to come on in before throwing that cooler out. But Zones Equals Good able to spread out their resources here. They are locking in both little drop-down spots, but it'll be a lot easier for Velocity to break in when you have Sam bringing up the right-hand side, going in for 1 pick, looking for the second one, putting a lot of damage at that, but not quite finding contact there. But 3 members of Zones Equals Good are going to go down, and so Velocity is just going to be holding on to the zone for a little bit longer and just burning that penalty away.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be getting a little more after that as well. You have that kid with the exposure. If you can get them in extremely comfortable position, that is going to be extremely lethal for the side of Velocity. They are going to be having the help of the Inkjet as well to kind of push some pressure out. And once again, they're staggering these specials, which is going to be really key. But the Crab is going to be going down. That's going to be Sam, who's going to be going down on the Crab. But again, able to hold on just a little bit more. Zones trying to push in, and I think they will be in a position to cap with that 2-player advantage, and they do. But getting all the way to 20 for Velocity, that is going to be very, very nice. And here, you just kind of have to, as soon as you see a player, this is a position, as soon as you see a player, you just have to call them out. You just have to say where they are, where you can get your other player's position. But of course, you don't want to get too comfortable in one position because zones, it's easy to flank and drop into. So I think that's what Zones is going to have to be on the lookout for. But I don't know with this, with a 3-player advantage, Saf, and no more penalty points and in a good position to take the lead, it looks like they're going to be doing just that.
Yeah, and Trizuka was covering both sides there, so definitely more cautious if you're Velocity trying to push forward. There goes the lead there. But the same entrance that we saw before, Sam taking out this Crab Tank on the right-hand side, trying to push forward, finding 1 pick. Are we going to see some deja vu moment here for Sam trying to contest the zone on their own against 3 different people on Zones Equals Good, and with the bubble on their side, that's a whole corner that you're unable to take. But Velocity still able to push through in that painting fight and get a couple more points off their penalty there. But not if you're Nova trying to go in and take some fights. Oh, but Velocity does it again, too, even with the double.
Yeah, and that bomb at the very end was really nice to say, hey, like, I know you're going to take the cap, but you're not going down. I'm not going down unless you're going down with me. So that was going to be really, really nice. So that was a really good bomb pick for the side of Zones. But yeah, Velocity now trying to hold onto the zone. They don't have the player advantage, and they're going to be having some players jump out. It's going to be Bronze. A lot of their players just kind of regrouping a little bit. Zones able to take more control on the side of the zones as well. But they do have a lot of penalty points. But the thing is, they're not, I don't think they're worried about the penalty points. It's just more of, if we're in control, we know you're not in control. So we're going to be trying to hold on to that and make sure that you guys can't cap. But Velocity able to get a cap here, but I don't think they have a ton of the support, as they're going to be trickling at a player disadvantage. And yeah, they just never seem to be at full force.
Yeah, it just seems like as soon as they try to get something going, they're always at least 1 down, and it's really hard to push forward in that scenario. But if you play it a little bit safer and go in and cautiously with your fights, it can be better. But unfortunate for Bronze there, going down, even though they did find contact with 1 player. Fishy just having so much mobility and momentum holding down this right-hand side with the Trizuka. And it seems like for zones, that's what they've been doing throughout a lot of this game. They're able, I think Velocity's able to enter back in really well, especially with this Inkjet and Crab Tank that they got going on. Sam, again, dropping it down on this right-hand side with the Crab Tank, finding contact with 2 this time. Probably the most successful attempt that they've had with this re-entry strategy. And they are able, Velocity is able to grab the zone back into their favor, pushing the game into overtime. They just got to hold on for a few more seconds here, Falco.
Yeah, I think they will find at least 1 opportunity to do so in these next few seconds here, especially with 2 players going to be going down. Yeah. You know, props to that kid for not getting spotted at that point, but it's as soon as you have 1 player go down and then another, like, it's after a 2-4 player advantage, it's done. There's no way that you're going to cap, because you're not going to have a lot of the special support, and especially when it's an Explo, which doesn't have a fast fire rate. Of course, it can paint decently well, but it's just not going to be enough time. So yeah, that was really a really good move for Zones to just try and cap and able to take it. And yeah, they were able to just do it one by one. And the Zuka getting almost a triple, getting a double here, but at least 3 players are going to be going down. So yeah, a very good win there for Zones. And we're going to be moving on to our next one, Clan Blitz Inkblot.
Going back to school, picking up some more classes just for fun in the evenings. In our day jobs, we commentate Splatoon. Actually, in our night jobs, we do it as well. It's a full-time gig, Falco.
We commentate at all hours of the day, all hours. In the words of Popgun, unless we don't. But yes, we are going to be going to clams on Inkblot, and I liked what Velocity brought out. I mean, I think it was just more of this. They just had the staggered deaths is what really messed them up. That honestly is what it comes down to. So I think it could shift a little bit here in game 2 with Clan Blitz Inkblot, and clams can be tough. It can be snowbally a little bit, not snowbally, but more of like when you have a push, you can make a really good push on clams.
Can cause a lot of damage, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Falco, looking over at the bracket right now, though. So we're in our top 8, right? So you have Bag Secured versus Fennel Carrot Soup. I was that's so funny you say that, Fennel Carrot Soup, Carol. Because I was actually just looking at a cooking recipe earlier today for for potato soup, like a creamy potato soup. And I'm feeling like we're still in the full swing of soup season, so it's funny that I don't know. I was also thinking about a tuber soup.
Saf, do you need a loaded baked potato soup recipe?
Loaded baked potato? Is that not the same as just potato? What's the difference?
Depends what you put. Either way, the other day my wife made some, and it's fantastic. So I can have Katie shoot you that recipe if you're interested.
Oh heck yeah!
Okay.
Follow Katie Cooks on Twitch. Shameless plug.
She has not streamed in 2 years.
Whatever.
Anyways, so okay, the results that we do have so far. So Catnip able to get a game win over Nightmare, but Nightmare is still up 2-0. Remember, this is a best of 5 that we're in right now, so Nightmare, in the leveraged position to move on. So we will be keeping an eye on this set. But let's go back to our main set that we're going to be casting here. This is going to be game 2, Clan Blitz Inkblot. And once again, it is going to be Velocity versus Zones. And we're going to see the Ballpoint come out and the Vanilla Blaster come out on the side of Velocity.
Yeah, this is a good pick for Velocity. Umbra is a very strong Blaster player. And I'm glad that Blaster's actually been getting to be a lot more popular of a pick lately. Which I think is good. You want to try to add more and more weapon pools back into the game as much as you can, just to give it a little bit more flavor. Neutral game as it stands right now, 2 members of Zones going down, not able to really get out of their platform area yet, as Velocity has a really strong foothold on mid. Yeah,
they do, and they're really pushing forward. We can see the only one really with claims is going to be the shot player, who is still a lot. No, they're down. It's going to be the Ballpoint. But look at this. Zones is going to be pushing up so far, trying to chase on Bronze, and the Zuka is going to be the one that gets them. So right now, Zones Good is going to be throwing some clams, trying to form this power clam. They don't have it quite yet, but they definitely have the map control for it. They absolutely can. They're going to finally score here. The bubble's going to be coming out right in front of the basket as well. Nova able to get a few more to follow up. We're going to see the Tacticooler out as well. 2 players going to be going down. Nova, can they keep this basket alive? Yes, they can. So Zones Good.
Wow.
A very, very good push. Hey, Zones is good, but so is Clan Blitz Saf, because they are on a tear on this opening push.
Well, as someone that plays Junior very commonly in competitive, watching Nova's gameplay right there was really inspiring. The amount of movement that they kind of just kept doing the same thing, just making sure that there's paint on the ground, kind of jumping around and throwing bombs out to try to get some poke and have their friends try to finish some fights for them. So, I mean, great opening push by Zones Equal Good. A really good hold, too, for a while there, just trying to hold the basket open with some follow-up. But once again, we're seeing a repeat of Velocity taking a really strong foothold in mid here. Even with the Inkjet coming out, though, on zones... Or, excuse me, not the... Oh, no, the Inkjet going down on Velocity. Oh, dear. Oh, good heavens. It looked like Sam was going to try to make a push into the platform there, but they had to kind of back away and play a little bit more defensively. But now that they have the opening, especially with the help of that suction bomb there, Velocity's going to be finding their first points on the board here.
Yep. And hello, Mr. Jelly, who was chilling up there. Yeah, they are going to be able to get that score, but really nothing to follow up with that. Just more of the, hey, we have the clam, we have the power clam, we're going to score, and yeah, that's exactly what they're able to do. But I don't know, it's going to be a little bit trickier for Velocity now. Again, they have a lot of the pressure. They do have, you know, some claims. They do have another power claim they're going to be able to score. And here's the jump. This will take the lead if they get it in. And they do. 2 players are now going to be going down on the side of Velocity. It is going to be the shot player in the ball point who are going to be forced to be back up. But Fishy is ready to roll. Not showing any sort of shyness here with the power clam and throwing some of this ink wall to try and push forward. So they are ready to push forward, but they're going to be opting to jump out. 2 of their members are going to be going down. Forge is going to be alone here. I'd be amazed if they survive.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, they do, and they back up. They booyah. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, well deserved.
Well deserved booyah there. Able to survive. But yeah, Velocity now in control once again with having 2 power claims and some of these specials on the line, already having the lead, and they are looking to extend this lead.
Yeah, there goes the basket pop again, taking it down to the 30 mark. Umbre opting to jump in as well, but the force Velocity had on that platform, unfortunately, is no more. As you can see, Umbra is being forced to go all the way to the left. Nova coming in to help and finish the fight there. Zones now having a power clam of their own online. They're going to try to get something going once again. Super quick to bounce back here. Looking at the Trizuka, trying to open up some space up there. Nova also taking notes on the left-hand side, trying to see where they can maybe break in. Throwing some bombs, trying to like clear some area up on that plat there. But they need Velocity to come out and fight them. They're a little bit hesitant to try to push forward because they don't want to be called out. And you will be, especially if you're Umbre over on this left-hand side trying to go in for the shark here, waiting for that other claim to get picked up, but just a little bit too far away. Oh, but they go down. Just a series of unfortunate events for Velocity here as Zones is able to take the lead with about 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, that's so hard. That is so hard for Umbre to just try and get in a good position. Because, like, I know you're a blaster, you don't have a lot of painting utility, you know, at your disposal, but you really rely on those directs in that moment. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get it. And that's exactly how Zones were able to get the 1-point advantage. But Nova trying to score again. Here they go, getting rid of their penalty points, getting down to 15 into 12. And Fishy's going to be having some clams. Will this be enough? I think they just need to score 1 into overtime, and that's what they're going to be banking on right now as Nova has it. No, it's not going to be enough. The basket's going to be closing. So we will be getting an overtime with Velocity. Now, the power claim will break the penalty points, getting them to 30, and then they're going to need a handful from there, but you have no time if you're members of Velocity. And Sam is going to be trying, but it's not going to be enough. It's a little too late.
Oh, what if, though?
I know. If you had 2 more seconds, maybe. But you got to do what you got to do in those situations. You know, like, obviously for us, it's like, we can say, oh, that's not going to work. But, like, for them, it's like, they got to do what they got to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you got to appreciate that they still tried to make that jump.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they went all the way to the end. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think... Yeah, no, exactly. And I that was really hard for members of Velocity. And especially Sam here, he had to wait for the crab. That was the thing too. He had to wait for the crab to run out. And then you could tell he immediately was like, okay, I'm gonna jump. I think if the crab would have ran out before that, he would have been able to get a jump earlier on, but that's another hard part about just kind of your special usage and special management and trying to figure out when, you know, things are going to be working, but of really good effort. Honestly, that game kept us on our toes, Saf. Like a lot of
for sure.
Yeah, that was a really good game.
Because Velocity gets a really good opening, but then Zones just kind of comes back and pops off, and is able to take the win at the end here. But going into tower control on Hagglefish, I think especially with what Velocity's been running. I mean, it's to me, it still could be anybody's set. I still feel that way, even though the scoreboard says otherwise. I still feel like Velocity could try to do something here.
Right, and remember that they're not using all of their players on their roster. Right. So we know things could change, and obviously, like, even if it is the same players, there could be, just depends on the mode you're playing. Like right now, they haven't been playing Riku, who we saw did very, very well with Radiance and Ludi winning Div 5, and of course they would be facing one of their former teammates in Ludi, Fishy, on the side of Zones. So we're gonna be waiting. I know you guys are like, where's Riku? We're gonna let this team cook. We're gonna let them cook out whatever they're gonna cook. We can't speculate anything except for our streamer who went to our game capture footage to give us a preview of what's going on. But we will show you guys what's going on here in this set, and Riku is not going to be coming out. But that is okay. We're going to be seeing if they're going to be holding on here, or if Zones equals good is going to be holding on here to get the 3-0 sweep, or Velocity will able to take a game off of them.
Yeah, I like Forge making this pencil pick here. Pencil just being such a strong weapon in the meta these days, and especially here on Hagglefish Market, Pencil is a really good option, a good painting option. Opening push, though, is going to be by Velocity, because you once again have Sam being on this crab tank here, clearing a lot of space, but they unfortunately go down. 2 members of Velocity down, and you can see Forge is trying to put out this juice here for Zones to be able to come back in and get some really quick respawn, super jump, and all of the things alike online to kind of help them out and maybe get some points of their own. And there they go, especially with the bubble pop here. They kind of just want to, eliminate that really small lead to try to get one of their own. But if you're Luke, you're going to kind of help out very well with that with your Trizuka. Zones equals good now, making their way to that first checkpoint there as Velocity's trying to break back out of their spawn.
Yeah, and it seems like they're going to be in a pretty good position. They're going to wait for that kid who's able to get one Azuka pick on the tower, trying to push forward, getting 2. Can they get the triple? Yes, they can. Bob DeBuilder, yes, they can get that triple as they're waiting for just Luke, and that is a quad for that kid. So props to that kid. Kudos to them for able to save that push, honestly. I know they had a lot of support from their team. But that was a really good quad there for that kid, and Velocity trying to capitalize on that delayed wipe, and they really have to try hard. They're going to have the cooler, going to have the crab come out as well. They're going to have to get halfway past this first checkpoint if they can. 2 players are going to be on the tower. One is going to be hopping off. It's going to be Sam and Umbre, who's going to be waiting on, and that is going to be enough for them to take the lead. So Velocity in control right now for this game, and they are looking to extend this push out.
Yeah, and I appreciate Sam's effort to try to hold on to mid there, but ultimately getting called out by the Trizuka. Forge now finding themselves on the tower here with Nova to try to follow up with the Junior, and they've been having really good bubble plays, Zones equals good has. But just as quickly as we saw Velocity take the tower down, we're going to see that Zones equals good is going to do exactly the same, trying to get through this first checkpoint here, and they are going to do it. Even with Bronze on that Inkjet, they're not able to break it, but the lead now being flipped,
Okay.
But Sam finding the wipeout with 3 members of Zones equals good going down, so only a 12-point difference here for Velocity. And they are already pushed forward here, so can they try to flip this back into their favor?
Yeah, there's just a lot of back and forth that is like staggered wipes.
Oh!
So that was a key pick here on, that's going to be really good on Sam taking them down. And 3 are going to be going down on the side of Zone, so can they extend this lead? They better get on the tower and do so. I think they are right now, so they've really just not... They can't let their players who are on the tower get splatted. I think that's really what it comes down to. But Zones is doing such a good job throwing all of the Zugos, throwing all of the suction bombs onto the tower. And I think the rest of Velocity really needs to push up in identifying which players are taking down the tower. And right now, that is going to be Forge, who's the pencil player, who is really just homing in like, hey, I have controlled the tower. You're on the tower, but I am the one who's controlling the pace of this.
Yeah, like that you are coming into my house and saying my tower is your house. I mean, just how rude is that? Especially if you are zones equals good. But Velocity, just so strong. Sam was holding down that right-hand side before the tower ultimately went back for quite a while there, but just not quite having the range to really do any damage. But now zones equals good's taking the tower in their control. 2 Trizukas coming out, trying to hold some force back onto that ramp there, trying to keep an eye on who's going to be on that canopy as well. And once again, it is Sam. I mean, Sam has been doing some real work with this crab tank here and just providing so much poking damage, but nobody's there to follow up, unfortunately. So zones equals good is going to keep moving this tower forward, now down to the 49 mark. 2 members going down, so that, and you can see that the other 2 are already pushed back into the mid section here. But I mean, Velocity really has got to do something here, Falco. And I feel like Sam is trying to provide as much opportunity as they can, but just not quite having the force behind it.
Yeah, I agree, and it's like they can get the key picks, they can get the player advantage, but it always seems to be whenever they're struggling to push the objective. They can never get that momentum going when they are pushing the tower, so they're going to really have to try and change something up here as we have 5 seconds approaching now. Sam's going to be getting on the tower, immediately going to get splatted. 3 are going to be going down, and zones equals good is going to be getting the 3-0 victory and moving on to our top 4 here for Proving Ground 27. So yeah, that was a very nice win for them, and this one definitely a more dominant fashion than what we saw in game 1 and game 2. So that was, yeah, this just a very dominant victory.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's like Velocity gets a really good thing going. They get a decent lead, but then zones equals good. It was able to just clap back every single time. They were able to take advantage of one misstep by Velocity and able to get just a really solid lead and just play the defense, play such a strong defense, which all of these members on zones equals good are really good players and have been playing. A couple of them I know for sure have been playing competitive for a really long time, since like Splatoon 2 days. So when you already kind of have that skill going for you in the first place, like it's tough to beat and tough to fight against. But I mean, both teams played a really good show there. But okay, looking at the scoreboard here, Don't Ask Me and zones equals good going to be going toe to toe in the next one. Winners finals is coming up next year. Nightmare going to be moving on in a 3-2 victory over Catnip, Falco. Wowie zowie, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was really good. And Don't Ask Me, yeah, they're going to be facing zones equals good. If you're wondering, the number 1 seed, Don't Ask Me, Zenith, Keen, Helix, and Fart Blast 2 on that roster. So yes, we'll be seeing the other side of that match coming up next. But yeah, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break with the winner semifinals. So you guys don't go anywhere. We are watching Proving Grounds 27 here on IPL. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Proving Grounds 27. Happy 2024, everybody. My name is Falco Flyer, joined here at Sapphire. We're getting ready for the winners semifinals here. Nightmare versus Fennel Carrot Soup. And Saf, you were looking for good food items to have for dinner tonight. How does some Fennel Carrot Soup sound?
Honestly, I'm really in the mood for a good tuber. And I actually am not sure if a carrot is considered a tuber. But I was mentioned earlier that I really want to make some potato soup, like creamy potato soup. So hopefully, fingers crossed, some sort of vegetable soup. We're in the peak of soup season still, and I hope it continues. But Falco, look at these rosters. So Fennel Carrot Soup was actually under the name of SOS Pickup 361 this week on SOS 133, actually ultimately winning SOS 133 against XOXO. So this is a really strong contending team. Stan, in particular, on that new stamper that we have with the mist and the crab tank, just an absolute menace with that. VTX opting to play the Nautilus every once in a while, super powerful. And you also have Squeege, who I've seen cross-culturally on different teams throughout the scene from Splatoon 2 and going into Splatoon 3. So really, really strong roster coming out from Fennel Carrot Soup. But on the flip side, you have Nightmare. And as we were just discussing, I believe we have Lemon and Gus, who were former members of Octopi, playing for Nightmare this evening. And you also have Sungura as well, Sungura being just a phenomenal Charger player. So, I mean, good players coming out from both sides. Definitely going to be quite the matchup to be observing.
Yeah, in Fennel Carrot Soup, getting a 3-2 victory over their previous opponents, who that was, if I can pull it up quick enough, that was bagged secured period. They had some issues kind of getting into their lobbies, so that's, part of the delay going on to this set. But hey, they figured it out. We behind the scenes chat, we attempted to give you that game 5 that happened, but it just couldn't work out. There were a lot of issues trying to get into the lobby and disconnects and all that. So hey, we're happy that they are finished with their set. We're happy that we can start on this one. Nightmare, the number 2 overall seed, versus Fennel Carrot Soup, the number 6 overall seed. And again, of course, on the other side of the bracket, don't ask me, the number 1 overall seed versus Zones Equal Good, who we just saw, and right now no scores reported on that side either. So again, a double elimination. So these are the winners, but of course we do have the losers bracket. Velocity, Light Bloom, Addicted to Splatoon, Persistence, Bag Secured Period, Half-Life, Catnip, and XOXO still trying to find their spot into potentially making it to our top 4 that our other commentators who will be after us will be broadcasting. But yes, still two more spots to claim here in the winner side of things. And yes, we will be starting pretty shortly here with the Nightmare versus Fennel Carrot Soup.
And we're going back to Museum. We're playing Clams. It's a best of 5. I mean, with what both teams can bring to the table, I'm not really sure what to expect here, because if this is the Lemon that I'm thinking of, I believe Lemon is very good at using... No, that's a different... There's a few Lemons. There's a few Lemons, and I always get them mixed up of, who plays what. But I believe Lemon is the one that was able to 1v4 on this map during Rainmaker. From a clip from the days of Octopi. So Lemon definitely being no stranger to this map and how to play it and seeing what they want to do here. But if you're going up really against a front line like you have on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup, you have to wonder what you're going to actually want to try to do here. And I think I like that there is this Stamper and Wiper matchup here, because these are two very strong Wiper players that are coming out. And also want to make note of Kami here as well. Kami being just a phenomenal Tetra player, and I don't think that they grind this game as much as other folks do, and they are still very, very good at what they do. So that is always a really fun thing to observe.
Yeah, but look at this. Nightmare getting that quick 3-player down advantage. Sungura able to try and get some claims that they are going to be scoring. That's going to be Storm scoring in Lemon is trying to push up with the stamp, but ultimately going to be going down, so Nightmare only getting to 68, where it seemed like they could really push some more. And look at, okay, they are able to get a few more claims in, but really, that's not going to be much for them. But again, a very early push. Honestly, anytime you get the basket broken before a minute, and I think they even broke it before 30 seconds as well. So that was really good. Kami trying to get some Zipcaster kills as well, but not able to get them, but are able to get 2 picks there. So Kami, you mentioned the Tetra player who's going to be doing very well, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Crab is going to be coming out, Power Clam going to be coming out as well. So this is Feral Carrot Soup's opportunity to score, and we'll see if they are able to follow up and take the lead.
Yeah, and I want to make note too, Kami was just recalled from their Zipcaster. They are on a 4 splat streak at the moment. Now Fennel Carrot Soup taking the lead. You can see Squeeze is still trying to hold down this platform area, but ultimately going to have to back up as they do go down in a trade, but 2 of their teammates unfortunately went down, so they were going to opt to back out. But I think going down in the trade was actually best case scenario for Fennel Carrot Soup here. Still so much time left occurring in the game. You can see that the ZNF Charger, who I believe is being played by Sungura, holding on to their tri-strikes here when they want to try to break in. But if you are Kami and trying to come back in with that Zipcaster, though, you're going to be wanting to turn the attention towards yourself to try to give your mates the opportunity to break in with that power clam there.
Yeah, they tried to do that, but it wasn't the case. Sungura able to get 1 pick, nice clean pick, trying to identify where the power claim is, but they're going to be going down. 3 are going to be going down on the side of Nightmare right now. Fennel Carrot Soup trying to push up, going to be trying to take the catwalk. No, they're going to be hopping down. They do score, and there is a power claim right under the basket, but nobody's able to get there just yet, as we do see a lot of jumps, and that is going to be the wipeout. And there's going to be a really quick respawn here for Lemon, throwing it in right as the basket is going to be dropping here. Will it be enough for them to take the lead? We're going to see Miner come in with the power claim jump. We're going to be having to use the Zuka, but they're going to be going down. So right now, Nightmare doesn't have the lead quite yet. And, ooh, a missed opportunity for them, Saf.
Yeah, landing and immediately pulling out that Trizuka was major, but the fact that Kami was able to survive that at close range and kind of swoop over to the side was absolutely huge. So good stop to be had by Fennel Carrot Soup, but Nightmare still looking for just a few more points to try to flip this lead. But I mean, how can you do that though when you have Stan pushing up forward in your base? I mean, you have Lemon there to try to help out and take off some of the pressure, but Stan's still ever so present there, holding on to just 1 clam to say maybe just in case we got to keep this basket open, but it's going to be a-okay if you can get that power clam jump in there, which they were exactly able to do down to the 25 mark. Now Stan looking in to try to take a fight. It looks like they kind of jumped to themselves almost.
I can imagine that's a misclick on the down, the X down A combo, the Wombo combo, because I've totally made that mistake before too.
Well, they're still there, so
yeah. Well, they went down and now they're back. Yeah. But
oh
no,
my gosh, that was so quick.
Fennel Carrot Soup, they're on a tear trying to really just keep all of the pressure on the side of Nightmare. And I think they know, because Nightmare is a team that when you get them comfortable, they can really push and cause some damage. So they're just trying to, put guns ablaze in here for the side of Fennel Carrot Soup as they try to put some of the pressure. But Nightmare able to get a little bit more map control in this position right now. So they are going to be trying to push up, and we'll see if Storm can find an opportunity to break in with this power claim. Of course, when you have a power claim, it's a permanent point sensor. You can't really be stealthy with it. You have to rely on your teammates, and 2 of their teammates are going to be going down, so Storm is going to have to be pushing back very far. Is going to be going down to the Zuka from VTX here, who is able to get a really nice pick and a lot of clam economy, 20 on their side with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Power Clam make it 2 in their possession here. Fennel Carrot Soup trying to push forward onto the flat area of Nightmare. They do see that they have the man advantage, but with those suction bombs coming in as well, really trying to hold them back. But I mean, and with the tri-strikes though, they have to push forward. So the barrier now being popped, they just had to throw that last one in there. And once again, proving that the high ground is advantageous. Fennel Carrot Soup taking the first game over Nightmare.
Yeah, and a good comeback too, because we saw Nightmare at the very beginning of this match. They scored literally within 30 seconds. 30 seconds of the match, and were able to kind of get a good lead and set the tone early. We say that. They just set the tone early on, but Fennel Carrot Soup I think, you know, they were waiting. They're like, okay, we have the lead. We can break this basket open. And honestly, it's hard to push with 2 power clams in this type of position, but you have the support of the spinner as kind of a barricade here to kind of support you. So they get 1 in. They have the other power clam, VTX, able to just hop in and score. And that's nice. They had 16 remaining, able to score that and just get the win. And, again, kind of we blinked and we missed it at that point because we're like, oh, the game is over. Yes, they have a power claim. They scored. So yeah, that was that was really good for Fennel Carrot Soup and had a lot of team synergy, I think, on that stage in particular, in that game in particular. So that was very well played.
Yeah, and I like to, I think when Squeege was able to push forward there and make the initial basket pop, they went underneath the splash wall that was thrown out by Nightmare, and were able to get behind it. And I don't know if that was predicted or if we saw that right away, but when that happened, it allowed some time for VTX to get set up on the top and make that finishing power clam throw. So I agree with you 100%. The synergy that Fennel Carrot Soup has is very apparent and clear, and seeing where that goes in ship-shaped tower control, I really am curious to know what is going to maybe change, what they're going to try to keep the same, especially because I feel that this is such an open map to have a backline such as Segura, who is really strong. But you got to be keeping your eye out for Kami, because Kami with that Zipcaster, I mean, they're unstoppable. They're everywhere.
Yeah, they are. And again, that's going to be the point of the Zipcaster too, just to kind of really serve as the distraction. And I think they're going to be doing such a good job with that too. But of course, they're not going to be using Zipcaster in this. Or well, yeah, they're going to be using the Tetras. Also got Stamper for a moment, but yes, I think that's going to be another crucial moment and a crucial play for them. And we're going to see Nightmare opting to jump out pretty early. A few of their players are going to be going down. 3 are going to be going down. Just the Charger for them as right now as Fennel Carrot Soup able to really push its objective, trying to push the tower. And again, there's only 2 checkpoints here. The first one's going to take a little bit longer than the second checkpoint, and not well contested at all. They are smooth sailing passes, and 3 are going to be going down on Nightmare. So Fennel Carrot Soup in a very good position, and you have the Zap player who's on the tower. They're going to just be painting wherever they can and throwing coolers, you know, which is smart. You don't need them to be the aggressor. You have a Stamper, you have a Tetra, you have a Zuka on as your team as the aggressors. Just have the end zap on the tower is definitely the way to go. And honestly, that's how they pushed to 26. That was a really good play.
Yeah, definitely. But already you can see Storm was trying to shut down a couple of jumps from Fennel Carrot Soup coming in there, finally finishing the fight on Stan. Sungura now going to be riding the tower for Nightmare here as we make it down to our first checkpoint. So Nightmare's looking to try to stake their claim in this match as they have 4 specials online, with Juice now being popped, still finding Fennel Carrot Soup at a disadvantage. As they are kind of getting staggered coming out of this zone here. Stan already being locked out of their crab tank from the tri-strikes, and that there was that last initial tri-strike coming out. But unfortunately for Nightmare, Fennel Carrot Soup is so quick to respond and to take in these 1v1 fights. So now the tower is only going to stop at the 38 mark and forcing its way back to mid. But Storm is going to be there quickly to follow up, though, as Nightmare actually says that this push is not over.
No, it's not over yet, and I mean, they still are getting some of these picks and just going down 1 by 1. They are in a position to take the lead. I just don't think they're in a good spot to do so. Can Lemon do it for them? Yes, they can. Able to get 1 pick on the tower. Can they take down VTX? Yes, they can as well. But they are going to be going down as well. So yeah, a good lead for Nightmare, getting it down to 20. Of course, only leading by 6 right now, so not a ton of breathing room, but honestly, they're okay. Now they're down. Yeah, they're down even more with 2 players down on Fennel Carrot Soup. So yes, this is really where they're going to be thriving and walking into the victory, and they're going to be tying this set up a 1-1, Saf.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, Falco, this double tri-strike play is pretty fun because in those closing statements there, Sungura launched their tri-strikes, and then as soon as their tri-strikes were over, you had the bucket immediately launching theirs, trying to clear that right-hand side and hold on here, which I think in the replay you're going to maybe see that here. Yeah, because you can see those tri-strikes online, the ZNF's tri-strikes now online. So helping out Miner and Lemon trying to break into the right-hand side here, just clearing out the space, pushing the 2-down scenario, and then you see Miner launching the tri-strikes of their own. I mean, just controlling so much space on that right and left-hand side, those like top platform areas, ultimately going into the victory. So I feel like double tri-strike like isn't as common, or like you just don't see it. It's just not as viable as other things. So that was really enjoyable to watch in those last few seconds there.
Yeah, and I think like, you know, we're kind of switching away from like, people aren't playing their specials, they're playing the weapons, because we are getting more weapons. And of course, you know, with more weapons, we are going to have different types of specials. But yeah, we are kind of straying away from like the double Zuka, the Zuka crab combo, which is still pretty nice. And it's not uncommon to not see a cooler either. So just seeing these players comfortable with the weapons that they want to play, I think is so much more fun. And especially kind of the one tricks too. You know, there's a lot of one tricks out there, and you know, we mentioned kind of on both teams, we do have one tricks too, with Lemon with the Wiper, and you know, we do have the Tetras on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup. So yeah, we do see those pretty often enough, and I think you know, that's going to benefit you because it's going to catch your opponents off guard as well. Whenever you're able to do something like that, whenever you're not like, okay, we can expect a double Zuka crab cooler comp, we can, you know, we can kind of prepare for that. But no, when you have players who are just kind of like, this is our weapon, you know, maybe you know what we play, but you're probably not used to playing it all together in comp. So it always makes it more fun.
Yeah, and it makes it entertaining for us, I think, as well, because a lot of times you get to just watch this weapon that's not being played as often in present day, and you're like, well, if you have someone that's just really good at their craft and what they do, then like why would you want to nerf them or take that away from them, kind of thing. And especially with this Stamper Dark Tetra combo coming out from Stan and Kami, who have been just a strong foothold in the front line for Fennel Carrot Soup throughout the entirety of the set so far. But like you said, you have Lemon also on the Wiper, so a lot of skill to be had on the opposite side. Sungura actually opting to pick out the pencil here, so a lot more mobile, a lot more paint to be had, but these initial opening statements here are going to be said by Fennel Carrot Soup as they make their way to check their line.
Yeah, they're really trying to do so, and BTX is trying to push forward. Storm is going to be taking them out, and Storm is going to be pushing forward. Their teammate's going to be the one taking down the Rainmaker, but Storm is going to try and clean up, where it is just them on a almost delayed wipe at this time, but Fennel Carrot Soup trying to capitalize on this. Stan able to get one pick, not able to get both of them. 3 players are now going to be down on Fennel Carrot Soup, but a very good push there for the side of Fennel Carrot Soup, as they're able to get a ton of map control too. We see Miner just trying to like clean up. They're trying to clean up anywhere that they possibly can here on the stage, and right now Nightmare does have the Rainmaker. It is going to be Sanguro who's holding it, and Kami's going to be taking down one. Lemon is going to be taking down one with the stamp as well. Trying to take on Stan, not going to happen quite yet, so Nightmare trying to find an opportunity once again to push forward with this Rainmaker, and it looks like they're going to be in a better position this time.
Yeah, and especially when you have Lemon pushed up that far, they're also taking the fight with Kami. Kami immediately had to change their attention away from the objective to try to fight Lemon, but Lemon looking in to fight Squeege, so now that checkpoint has fallen for Nightmare, and you do have that stamp online. You can see Lemon trying to maybe assess the damage of where they want to throw that in, waiting for some jumps as well. But when you have that crab tank coming out from Stan, though, I mean, you've got to be watching your footing here on the side, but Lemon is just not going to show any fear here as they pick up the Rainmaker and push it just a little bit away from that initial checkpoint. But unfortunately for Nightmare, that is where the push is going to end for them. So Fennel Carrot Soup is going to have to try to make a follow-up here, and they are going to opt for the reset.
Yeah, which is smart. There's no reason to really try and be super aggressive to try and push it, unless you're Miner, or unless you're Storm, or
who's
like,
that?
like, I am up there. I am up there. trying to push up. But yeah, so Sungura is going to be able to just like, you know what, I need to back up here. The crab's on the line. We're backing up here. We're gonna play back just a little bit, knowing that Fennel Carrot Soup is going to be trying to pick it up, and of course they still have the checkpoint to get through. And Kami able to avoid the bomb and the Zuka. Their finesse. The finesse of Kami to break that checkpoint. I know they went down, but 95% of us would have gotten splatted way before that. But their finesse is really what helped them clear that, and they are trying to capitalize on this as they try and take the Rainmaker once again. But I don't think it's going to work here. Yeah, that's the wipeout.
The angle that Sungura had to take out the shot there was huge.
Yeah, that was really nice, and I think, you know, Fennel Carrot Soup, they were really trying to get something going, but when you have one player alive, you're like, you know, that is going to be a little too much, and yeah, right now Nightmare's trying to push in once again, going to where the checkpoint was. Oh, and trying to get some high ground, but no, it's going to miss. A few jumps coming in. Are they going to be camped? That's what I'm wondering. The Zuka's going to get one of them. Two are going to be going down, so that was huge for the side of Nightmare. The Lemon keeping it alive, throwing it to the bumper, getting it down to 38. So this is where it's the positive feed moment. If you can grab it, you grab it, just to keep the pressure up. And yes, it is feeding, but you're going to be doing, like Lemon's doing right now. That's exactly what you need to do in this situation. Like, yeah, you're going to be at a player disadvantage. The longer you keep it here, the longer you keep them from picking it up, and it needs to be resetting, the better for you, especially in this minute remaining.
Yeah, and Miner throwing out those tri-strikes was huge because it just cleared the pathway for Lemon to pick it up for just a little bit more down to the 12 mark. We have 35 seconds left on this clock here. Fennel Carrot Soup is trying to get out of their spawn here. They want to try to reset it so badly, but Squeege is ultimately going to get taken down by Sungura, and you can see Nightmare has that juice online with the Trizuka to follow up. I mean, they have so much to work with here. They just got to play it carefully, but with two members going down, they're going to have to opt in for the jump. And unfortunately, Miner wasn't really able to stay alive for long enough. Lemon able to get in there, but has to back up because when you're in a 1v3 situation, you don't want to overextend here, especially when the opposing team is going to push into overtime like Fennel Carrot Soup is going to do here.
Yeah, and they don't have much room they're working with. You know, we can see that the pencils on them. Strikes are going to be coming out there. Oh, they're alive, but I don't know for how much longer. They're waiting, but they do have a two-player advantage at the time, but Lemon is trying to push up. Lemon is going to be going down, so Squeeg is trying to push forward once again. VTX is there as well, and here, this is where you really battle with the time. You don't have a lot of time in overtime with Rainmaker, but you're trying. You don't want to get ahead of yourself, so you also have 10 seconds left on the Rainmaker. You need to push forward if you are Squeeg, and they are in no man's land. They are going to be going down. What a crazy ending there with Nightmare. Again, they had such a strong lead, but anytime we saw Fennel Carrot Soup, it went from being like a 95% chance they're going to lose, a 90, 85, 80, and you're just like, hold up, how long is this going to progress? How long until that they could potentially take the lead? But no, that was not going to be enough time for them. If they would have had 15 more seconds on the Rainmaker, I think it would have been better. They would have maybe been less forward, but Squeeg did everything you can do in that situation. I think everybody on Fennel Carrot Soup did what you needed to do there. And Squeeg knew, like, hey, I have 5 seconds. I can't be patient. I need to push forward here.
Barely squeezing by Lemon there, too.
Yeah, exactly. That was a Squeeg here, definitely the MVP. Of course, the rest of Fennel Carrot Soup, you know, they did what they needed to do, had good time specials, but given those situations, I think Fennel Carrot Soup played that how you needed it to happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it always comes down to just those little things, right? Because it's like both teams had solid plays, took advantage of what they needed to, pushed forward, jumped out, like did what you needed to do. But it really, like it comes down to just like those tiny moments like that to where you're at the mercy of the game clock, because I mean, Squeech, it was now or never. Like they had to do something, and unfortunately, Sungura was right there to try to follow up and just be like, "Yeah, man, you have no room to stand on here. I mean, the entire floor is orange. Where are you possibly gonna go?" Type of thing. But they still made an effort. They still tried for it, and I 100% agree with you. I think the outcome maybe would have been a little bit closer and or different if they just had maybe like 15 more seconds to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this is the exact same stage that I brought up earlier about how like it can be choky at the end. Like there's really only one path you can take the Rainmaker, and for everything that Fennel Carrot Group, for all the positions they were in.
Carrot Group.
Fennel Carrot Group. Yeah, which group are you? Soup. Fennel Carrot Soup.
Mom, wake up! New org just dropped.
Oh my gosh, Game 4 here. Nightmare is up 2-1 over Fennel Carrot Group. We'll see if Fennel Carrot Soup, on the other hand, can get a win to tie it up and take us to Game 5, but we will load it to this lobby. Of course, no comp changes on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup. Here, we do have the Vanilla Slosher coming out on this side of Nightmare, so we are going to see the Tri-Strikes coming out from them. The rest of the weapons are going to be staying the same.
Yeah, I think Miner's been rocking with this bucket for the entire set thus far. But looking ahead, though, you can see Stan already pushed so far into the zone, having Juice online as well, looking to try to take any sort of fight that they can. I mean, this is a long time to kind of be back and forth. We're almost 30 seconds in, and no one's capped quite yet. But finally, Nightmare is going to break through to the other side as Storm is going in there strong, trying to take in a 2 versus 1, thinking that they maybe had some support behind them, but unfortunately not, as now 2 members of Nightmare go down, and Fennel Carrot Soup now opting to push forward here. And I like when people do this. I like when people do this on this map because it is so linear. Fennel Carrot Soup was able to fan out right away and just trying to cover any sort of entrance point that they could from Nightmare trying to push in, but not if you're Lemon pulling out that stamp, opting to throw it and then take down 2 in the process.
Yeah, that was really good from Lemon, able to get 1 clean pick and then waiting for the jump, just taking them out. Hey, you can trade in that situation. But unfortunately for them, Fennel Carrot Soup is going to be the one who's still holding onto the zone, and they're holding onto it pretty well. But Nightmare and Lemon able to push forward with the help of the strikes. 2 players are down in the pit. They're going to be going down. The Stamper's going to be the one who's going to be jumping out. So Nightmare in a very good position here to take the lead. Lemon has their stamp at the ready. It looks like they're going to be trying to get in a good position to use it. Getting a jump, and they're just waiting to... okay, now they have it deployed.
Yeah,
so they're going to get 1 pick. But no, going to be going down to Squeeg. Oh, that is so hard if you're a Lemon, because you think you could just take it on. But look at this Nightmare with still having a player advantage, holding on to the zone. Fennel Carrot Soup trying to find any opportunity that they can to break in. The Zipcaster coming out too. Kami just trying to, say, here I am, don't push forward at all. But Nightmare really rocking strong now, Seth.
Yeah, Storm being pushed up so far was huge there. Look at Stan trying to come in here and take a pick off of Lemon, and they're successful assisting with Miner and getting 1 more. Now Fennel Carrot Soup flipping the zone into their favor here, and they also have that Zipcaster online to try to cause some damage and some distraction if you're Kami here. But with all members of Nightmare up, oh, actually make it only 3 as Sungura unfortunately goes down, so that delays the cooler for a little bit longer there for Nightmare. But Stan being pushed so far up here, I mean, a lot of attention being taken on them. You can see Lemon is also opting to go over to that right-hand side using the stamp, but unfortunately they throw it, but there's still enough follow-up for Kami to go down, and you can see VTX going down in a trade as well. So Nightmare just being so strong in making a comeback here and flipping the zone back into their favor with 3 members of Fennel Soup trying to spawn back in now. So, I mean, really, Nightmare knows, like, they have to come to us. They need to come out, they need to act and move, because there's a lot of points in between us and them for trying to take this win.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nightmares, they're not a passive team. They've been really full force this entire time. So even though they do have a very comfortable lead, they're not gonna just like sit back and wait for Fennel Carrot Group to Fennel Carrot Soup the group to try and push in. So they know that they're going to be as aggressive as Fennel Carrot Soup in this moment. And Fennel Carrot Soup really doing such a good job. I swear they do a fantastic job just trying to like put paint everywhere. And right now, Nightmare in a tricky situation. It's just Sunguro who's alive. Throwing the cooler, it's going to be a very aggressive cooler because no members are going to be able to jump to it or get to it very quickly. And that the help of the mist from Fennel Carrot Soup is going to be really nice. And Fennel Carrot Soup in a very good position to take the lead, but we have the stamp coming in. Are Nightmare going to be able to take it in time? I don't know. One player going to be down.
No! Storm dying! That's huge!
No, but three are down on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup. So Nightmare able to save that with Miner getting the cap. Oh my goodness, that was so crucial. And I swear, anytime you have a 1v1 scenario, it is only going to be benefiting the team who already has the lead. And that is exactly what happened for Nightmare. They're able to hold on to it with about 20 seconds remaining. 2 members are now down on Fennel Carrot Soup. And I think Nightmare, they have a pretty good lockout and eyes on this victory, Saf.
Yeah, I mean, Miner just opting to take that left-hand side there immediately and just throwing bombs. I mean, there was no clearance for Fennel Carrot Soup to try to jump down in there, and 3 of them going down at the end is just not what you want to see there. So Nightmare taking the set 3-1, and Nightmare is moving on, but like, wow, I mean, what a comeback. Like, I was uncomfortable. So uncomfortable for Nightmare. I really thought we were going to maybe progress forward into a Game 5 there, Falco.
No, I did too, and it just, oh my goodness. And that's exactly what happens when you're in that situation where you have a 1v1. It's going to benefit the team that already has the lead, unless it's like a Charger versus like, I mean, Charger versus like the Splash, for instance, where maybe the Splash can outpaint the Charger in the zone, but still. That was crazy, a crazy ending. 6-2, a lot of penalty points there. But yeah, Nightmare holding on. And of course, Fennel Carrot Soup, they're not out of it. They are still going on to the loser's bracket, and they're going to be facing the winner of Velocity versus Persistence. And they have yet to start. No scores are reported for them yet, so they've got a little bit of time, a little bit of breather. Also, don't ask me. Did lose their set. They did go down to Zones Good, who 3-0'd them. Hello, okay.
Wow.
So they are waiting on the winner of Bag Secured Period versus Catnip. Of course, that set is tied 1-1. So a lot of great action that is going to be headed your way for the remaining of Proving Grounds 27, Saf. But that's going to be it for us. That's going to be it for our block here. This has been an absolute pleasure for all of you guys, and of course,
yeah.
Yeah. So Zone's Good, Nightmare. They're going to be coming up here on the winners finals, coming up pretty soon. But of course, a lot of teams are still in it to win it. Velocity, Persistence, Fennel Carrot Soup, Bag Secured Period, Catnip. Don't ask me. All still have matches to come. But Saf, that is going to be our time. So this has been a pleasure, Saf. This has been so much fun.
I'm shaking your hand in my brain.
In your brain? Okay. How about you shake it at LTC at the fire pit? How about that?
I'm gonna,
You'll shake my hand at LTC.
Both of them.
You're gonna give me the biggest hug instead.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The hugest, the largest.
So yes, coming up next, we will have Lily and Rissa, who will be on the mic for you guys. And but that's gonna be it for Saf and I. So thank you guys for watching Proving Grounds here for Block 1. Saf, where can we find you?
You can find me at Safurea, 2 P's, 2 A's at twitter.com, or also on B-Sky. I don't know. Sometimes I'm there. Most of the time I'm not. But if you want to find me on Twitter, you certainly can do that. You can also find me roaming the woods for mushrooms. You can find me looking at plants. You can find me crunching some leaves. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little hoodlum when it comes to being outside. But Falco, I know you're the exact opposite. Actually, the bog is probably your favorite ecosystem to ever exist. But where are you at? Where can I find you?
In my basement, where I belong. No, I'm not the exact opposite. I did hear that mushrooms are the new hot food of 2024. I heard that on my local radio.
Yeah, they are.
So also, there's I guess I don't know, a lot of things now have mushrooms in them. I'm not a mushroom person. I know you know that. But
lame.
Sure, okay.
Just do better.
Just do better. You can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter. Here commentating on IPL for Proving Grounds pretty often. Always love it and enjoy it. And yes, thank you guys so much. We will be back very shortly. You guys will have Lily and Rissa on the mic for the remainder of Proving Grounds 27, but you guys don't go anywhere. Zones Good versus Nightmare is coming up next.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that quick break to Proving Grounds 27. My name is Splatoon Lily, and I am joined by the wonderful, the inevitable Rissa. How's it going, Rissa?
Stop it. It's going good. I'm very happy it's Friday. How are you doing tonight, Lily?
You know, pretty good. It's a bit chilly up here, so I'm all cozy. I've got my sweater on, I've got my crochet, I've got my warm cat, you know.
Ooh.
Keeping warm. How about you?
I love that.
What are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
It's getting colder here, but I can't complain, I guess, compared to you, because I am in California. So my cold is about 40 degrees compared to what probably your weather is.
Yeah, I actually converted mine earlier tonight. It's 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Minus 12, I think, Celsius minus 15 Celsius for those of us in the Celsius areas, but it's a little chilly.
Very chilly, oh my gosh. Sounds like, though, you got it all set up. You got the cat, you got the crochet.
Yeah, I got everything. All I'm missing is some tea, but I'm all out of tea, which is like the worst, so, you know, I'll go to the store tomorrow or something. But in the meantime, I think we have some nice sets coming up to keep us warm, too.
We do. We're actually headed straight into this winner's finals games. You guys saw the teams there on the screen. Zones equals good versus Nightmare. We see this straight away going into game one. Macomart Tower Control. Lily, what do you think about these weapons we're seeing?
I'm very glad to see a junior. Not that I ever expected to see a junior come out, but hello. Catering directly to you and I, thank you.
I know, love that.
Aside from that, everything looks pretty standard for what I've been seeing in the meta lately. The junior's really the only strange thing.
Only the one main standout. Of course, you see juniors every now and then. Of course, this is a great map to utilize the bubble on tower control in particular. Going to be able to use that bubble on the tower. Now, looking at the state of the game, too, Zones equals good has already tried to start pushing that tower to the first checkpoint. Along with that, they're actually doing a great job at just holding mid in general here.
They really are. There's a lot of pressure coming out. The pencil here from Forge is doing a lot of work just keeping up an unrelenting wave of ink to stop anyone from Nightmare being able to regain some space, even when they try to rush at them, as we just saw them try, on both the left and the right sides here. Forge is just unkillable, I think. I think unkillable.
I think that's the right word. I mean, we were literally watching them fend off people that were rushing at them. We watched them completely back out. We watched them hold mid. I mean, completely unkillable is definitely the right term for that, I would say.
I would say so. But yeah, it looks like so far it's just Nightmare's really struggling to get a foothold in mid. They managed to tickle the tower a little bit there, but 90's not going to win them the game, unfortunately. So they're going to have to try that again, hopefully with a few more specials and a few more people online. They have a couple coming up, but they're going to have to use to stop this tower more so than take space, which is unfortunate. But I mean, there's still 2 minutes left of this game. I think they just need their footing against a faster moving composition like this.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. I mean, they're seeming like they continue to keep getting set up. They'll have a special every now and then, but they're just having a hard time getting set up and getting a foot just set on the ground, planted down. I mean, we're seeing continuous mid-control, continuous specials. I mean, how many Zukas have we seen already from Zones Equals Good as they keep trying to push the tower?
Too many to count, I would say. Well, someone could probably count them, but I'm not that someone. And really just a lot of them look like there's no one really standing still. Everyone's kind of ratting around and moving constantly, and it's making it very hard to like find a good solid place to target them from. Already approaching that second checkpoint, they are going to go 2 down, Forge backing up a little bit here to try to hold this mid area. This might be the chance Nightmare's looking for.
Yeah, Nightmare has finally gotten, I mean, they've gotten picks here and there onto Zones Equals Good, but in this case, they got 1 pick just now, and then they finally got a second one onto that squeezer. So now, Nightmare, we're seeing that yellow paint start to slowly come into mid. You can see they're trying to play around each other to get into mid, but they just can't quite get there. I mean, it seems like just there's continuous members of Zones Equals Good that just keep popping up.
Yeah, I wonder, like, it could be a coordination issue, it could be a call-out issue. Honestly, we're not entirely sure, obviously not being able to hear their comms going on, but they do manage to have the tower here, about to break that first checkpoint and head towards the second. Now, there is a Zuka up on the side of Zones Equals Good coming out to stall that tower a little bit. The Soda from Nightmare just in time to help catch some of these respawns, but it feels like they're going to struggle to touch that second checkpoint, 2 going down just in the heat of the moment, and Luke over here on the right-hand side just rushing right in and taking out Storm before they can even say anything.
That type of utility and just being able to rush in and cause a distraction can be really good and can definitely come into play. Here, though, it looks like Nightmare was actually finally able to get some momentum and take down that member that rushed at them together. And now it has completely swapped here as we're going into the last 50 seconds of this. Zones Equals Good now is the team that's pushed back in their spawn, trying to regroup and trying to figure out what to do to move forward. As we see Luke, again, diving into mid to go ahead and actually get some picks and now try and rush down Sundura.
That is 3 down for Nightmare. Not a good situation to be in. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're probably going to have to try to make this push in overtime, which is not exactly where I want to be, but at least they don't have to clear any checkpoints to do that. If they can just get things rolling, get their specials out, and hopefully take out some of the specials from Zones Equals Good before they have to try to make this push, this might be the run they need.
That was really good on Nightmare. They were able to get a pick on... Oh, I was going to say it was good because they got a pick onto the Junior, but the Junior actually was coolered, so they had their bubble ready when they respawned. Now they're actually able to use this bubble. Luke is using that Zuka in the bubble to try and stay safe as Nightmare is doing everything they can to stay onto the tower. They are continuing to just stay, and you see the ink strikes come out. You see Storm, actually the last member up there on that end zap, trying to do everything they can to keep the tower there, but with Storm being the last member alive, Zones Equals Good was able to collapse onto the tower and take that first game. From the first game, so maybe this will change, but just judging by the first game, it feels like the play style of Zones Equals Good is, hey, think fast! Which I hate playing against because I don't want to think fast. Let me think slow. Let me take my time. That. I feel that.
So they might just take a game of adjustment here. Now Nightmare is coming off warm. I mean, both these teams are coming off warm from their previous sets, so it's not like any of them are cold. But it always takes a game or two, I find, to like fully realize how the enemy team is playing and how you need to play to counter it. Oh,
absolutely. And we saw Nightmare there. Once the second half of that game started coming around, they finally got mid, they finally got onto the tower, and it seemed like they were figuring out, okay, we need to watch these players, we need to make sure we avoid, this when there's a certain special, what have you, that they were figuring out what they needed to do against Zones Equals Good. And I was watching the last set of them on the stream as well, and it seemed like they were doing just that against Fennel Carrot Soup. They were adapting and figuring it out, and as the games went on, they they had it locked down. So we'll see here if that adaptation continues on into game 2 for Rainmaker Undertow Spillway.
Ooh, I mean, a classic. I feel like this one's been in the map pools since like day one. It's been pretty widely accepted that this is a good Rainmaker map, and I honestly think it's probably one of the best Rainmaker maps in the game right now. For those of us who still play Rainmaker, I know there's been a wave. Have you noticed in Sundokyo lately a lot of top teams playing like zones and Rainmaker only?
Actually,
it's
yes.
So strange. It's so strange.
I have noticed that. It is very strange.
Yeah, so I mean, this one is a staple of it, as we saw and as we know. So hopefully going into it, people will feel a little bit more comfortable knowing exactly what they want to do, as opposed to something like TC Mako that's a bit more of a wild card map. Definitely not like bad or off meta for map pools, but definitely a bit more of a wild card.
Okay, heading into game 2 here, we're seeing some weapon switch-ups on the side of Nightmare. It looks like Sungura is actually switching over to the pencil, so Sungura going to be that cooler user for Nightmare, as Storm switches over to that splatter shot that they are so well known for. And as this game is starting to already take place here in front of our eyes, Zones Equals Good is already taking the Rainmaker and starting to push it to the right checkpoint.
Which is honestly the kind of the way you want to go. Now, the right checkpoint, a little controversial. But if it's open, right? But really, I think the key to this map is getting out of mid as quickly as possible. This mid area is so tight, it's so choke pointy, and it's so rough to try to move through that the faster you can get out of there, the better.
I totally agree. If that right area is open, just run for it. Like we just saw that member of, I believe that was Nightmare, I think it was Lemon, grabbed the Rainmaker and tried to just rush it because it was open. They were stopped, however, and now Zones Equals Good does have the Rainmaker. They are coming up on the first checkpoint on the left side for them, as we see Luke leading the charge. Nova, so close to getting the checkpoint, but doesn't quite get it, as the 2 remaining members of Zones Equals Good actually able to pop that and hold this left area of the map and get the first checkpoint.
And I mean, honestly, that first checkpoint is just the first step. Having that clear opens things up so much more easily here. Now, it's still a rough map to push on. There's a lot of places that are really good for defense, but having that first obstacle out of the way is always very helpful.
Yeah, I always feel there's just something in the back of your head. You're like, okay, we already got the first checkpoint. Whew, that's the first step. Take a deep breath. And you just know that, okay, maybe the other team doesn't have the first checkpoint. We just have that much more breathing room and area to give way to make something happen for ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Lemon here getting called out by Fishyism. Gonna go down from that sneaky shark position, and Zones Equals Good taking another run at this Rainmaker, trying to head left. Now Storm's gonna stall them out with some Zuka shots, some well-placed Zuka shots, and it looks like they team completely managed to collapse on that. Only one left on Zones Equals Good is going to put them back on the defensive, and this might be the chance for Nightmare to get that first checkpoint.
I love that. It seemed like Nightmare just made sure that before they grabbed the Rainmaker, they made sure that top right snipe area was cleared. I saw Miner go up there to just help make sure that was cleared. And now they were actually able to really cleanly push up to this first checkpoint on the left side, get that first checkpoint, and they actually have this hammer ready from Lemon, and they're able to grab the Rainmaker, push through that, and get the lead for themselves to 44.
Yeah, 44 is not a solid lead, but it is a technical lead, and all these jumps coming in from Nightmare might prove to be a continual push. Now, 2 down, the pump wiping out 2 more, that is going to put them back on the back foot again. Zones Equals Good, looking like they're going to paint the map and let it reset. Oh, please don't do that. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, no, here comes Lemon. Oh, thank God. I was so concerned there. So many times, not only have I done it myself, but so many times have I watched it, that it just makes me so nervous to see people just let the Rainmaker reset.
Yeah, especially, I know players like you can sneak through. My teammate Eclipse does that as well, just sneaks through, grabs the Rainmaker, and just tries to completely keep pushing the Rainmaker, catching the other team off guard. Luckily, though, for them, the Rainmaker has reset into mid here. Nightmare, though, however, the team with the lead, is doing a great job at holding mid. It seems like Sungura is utilizing that pencil main weapon really well, is just continuing to poke at anyone who tries to get into mid towards the Rainmaker and just keeps poking at them, preventing them from coming in.
They truly are. Now, that's only step 1, right? The step 1 is to get this really good hold. Step 2 is to take it further. And unfortunately, we have a DC, but if I remember the rules of this tournament, it's a little too late to stop the play now, which is very unfortunate for Nightmare, because things were already even in a 4v4, which means things are unbalanced in a 3v4.
Oh, so tragic. And Nightmare had the lead going into the last 40 seconds of this, having that DC. We can see, though, they have 2 members up. They still have the lead. So we have 30 seconds remaining here. We see Miner using this tri-strike. Miner uses the tri-strike to stall it. Lemon there doing exactly what you should do. Grab the Rainmaker, push, jump it off to reset it. Is unfortunately called out, and Nova has grabbed the Rainmaker once again to try and keep it going for Zones Equals Good.
That is unfortunately a wipeout, which is going to get Zones Equals Good the lead, and I mean, essentially game. 1 second left, overtime doesn't really matter, I guess. I guess they will get a pop here, a jump out, so I guess it's not over yet. Nightmare here still stands a chance. And we're gonna cheer for them. We love an underdog, especially a 3v4 underdog, so we'll have to see if they can even get as far forward as they need to. Some splashes coming up from Zones Equals Good, pushing that Rainmaker all the way back, and being rushed by the junior player means that is Storm going down with the Rainmaker, and that is game 2 to Zones Equals Good.
Oh, that was so tragic for Nightmare.
Heartbreaking. They were doing such a good job holding that mid area, and that DC coming in just a little late.
But at least good for them. We were talking about it after that first game about how Nightmare can adapt to what they're playing against and figure out how they best want to play against the team that they're against. And as saw it in the previous set that they were on stream against another team. And we saw that exactly happening here as Nightmare was able to take the lead, and actually majority of the game was keeping the lead and keeping mid for themselves.
Absolutely. We definitely saw that adjustment. We saw them pulling things together in the way that you want to see from a team coming in. And I mean, it's not over yet. They can still reverse sweep this. We have seen them play on Zones Hagglefish earlier. We saw a really good save from them, actually, where they almost got demolished moving through that game and managed to clutch it out. So they're definitely warm on this map. So if there's anywhere to start a reverse sweep, it's definitely here.
Ooh, yeah. Great points to bring up. I mean, I feel like you said, we saw them play on it. They did a really good job at making sure they kept the lead and completely ended up locking out the other team in the end. So I feel like this is always a great neutral map. Teams are really careful about when they approach, and Sungura, of course, will be able to utilize that pencil, but the other team has a pencil of their own, so we'll have to see if, for one, they both end up keeping those pencils, or two, who's going to be able to utilize that pencil and poke at the other team a little bit more.
Absolutely. And I mean, kind of excited to see if they switch anything up, if they learned anything from the previous games about what works or what doesn't work. I know we earlier saw Storm on the crab, and it felt like they weren't quite feeling the crab. So I don't know if maybe we'll see more shot this time instead, or if we'll see like that same comp we saw last round coming out again. It's interesting. It's always interesting.
It is. It's hard to say too, because for the longest time, I mean, I feel like still now too, Crab is really good on Splat Zone's Hagglefish.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and if you're good at Crab and you feel confident in it, I mean, by all means, definitely I feel like this is one of the maps and modes to play it on. But then again, Zuka, of course, has come up above Crab a little bit in the past, most recent meta, and Zuka is also really good here too as well. So whatever Storm is feeling, I definitely believe that they could make it happen here.
Yeah. I feel like Crab never really died when other weapons came into the meta. We definitely saw a reduction of them, right? We saw like 3 or 2 crabs go down to 1 instead, which was a blessing. But they've never really died, and I think right now people are remembering why Crab was so powerful and why they liked it so much. So I've been seeing it a lot more lately than I did in the past couple months.
Yeah, I've been, it's almost like, for me personally, the meta, it's like, it feels like it's everywhere right now. It feels like it's going in every direction. And yeah, I agree with you too. Crabs have been almost making a comeback. There was one tournament I was watching where instead of double Zuka, recently it was double crab again, so it felt like we went back in time a little bit, and the meta has just been all over the place. Paired with double crabs now, there's also still the double Zukas around as well.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, it looks like we are going to see that Junior still coming out, and we are going to see a Storm switch to that Zuka again instead of a crab. So clearly some adjustments coming out here and realizing what might be a little bit stronger against the team they're currently facing.
And I could see with the way Sungura plays, Sungura, you know, really hones in on the team they're playing against, and Sungura's like, okay, I'm comfortable with this playing Pencil against this team versus the Charger. So Storm, of course, not having to play NZAP anymore, and already, okay, look at this game. Nightmare just dominating right off the bat here, taking the zone, getting the score all the way down to 76, and they're actually pushing up pretty far into zones equals good flat.
Definitely showing that they're warm on this one. 60 ticks left on the clock, and we're only not even a minute in, and we're already halfway through that zone timer. Absolutely insane. Now, we've seen some specials coming out from Zones Equals Good, going to get countered by those trip strikes, stalling things out a little more, and making it very difficult for them to approach the zone.
Definitely very difficult, and you see Storm here paired with Sungura doing a great job at making sure they're holding the zone, they're making sure that they stay safe, and then they're getting jump-ins for their teammates as well. Zones Equals Good, though, on the other side, does use that Inkzuka to help them get pushed in here. We see the bubble come out as well from Nova, and they are doing everything they can. This NZAP and the Pencil doing everything they can to paint the zone, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Nightmare was able to keep the zone painted on there and push up, and now they are about to completely KO this.
Yeah, there's no chance getting in with 5 ticks left and a bucket right in front of you. There's no way you're getting back into that. And that's what we call momentum, right? If we're looking for a reverse sweep, this is the beginning. Nightmare pulling off a 0 to 100 game in, a minute and a half? Absolutely crazy.
Definitely crazy. And there at the end too, we saw from Storm's point of view, they were able to rush in and get the picks that they needed, as the other team knew that they just had to come in and at least cap the zone. Storm was able to play around their teammates, push in, get those final picks. Miner was pushed up and ahead of Storm, just poking at anyone else who was trying to get into the zone, and that played out very beautifully for Nightmare.
This year, I think part of this I want to lend an advantage to the strikes coming out against Zones Equals Good. They knew they were going to be fighting into a bubble, which on this map is very strong, so having something to eliminate that bubble gave them a bit of an edge. And on top of that, Zones Equals Good was running double Zuka, which, while very good for killing, isn't exactly a capping special. So they had very little to cap without their own bodies, whereas Zones Equals Good had quite a bit of long-range fighting power.
Great points to bring up, just thinking about that. That's so interesting. And then just thinking about how they've adapted that playstyle against that team, like you said, you know, there's a bubble. We got to make sure we play around the bubble, since we know the other team is going to have that. Now, moving in to this next game, we're going into Clams on Scorch Gorge. Looking at the weapons, it looks like, for the most part, yeah, everyone is sticking. They pressed A right away. They are sticking with the weapons that they played in the previous game. And as this game starts, both teams are taking mid. Let's see who can get the upper hand right away.
I feel like both these teams have kind of found what they want to play into each other at this point. I don't expect much more to change in these last couple games. Because we're going to a game 5 for sure. We see that bubble coming out on the left side already. Some pencil protection up above it is going to push Nightmare back and pretty much give up the entirety of mid to Zones Equals Good.
Zones Equals Good, already taking mid, already has 13 clams. Nightmare, however, does have 12 clams of their own. But with Zones Equals Good having that power clam, you can see they're trying to figure out how they want to get set up. It seems like, you know, as soon as they're able to keep chaining those Zukas coming out from the splatter shot and the squeezer, that's when it seems like they're really, really deadly. And once they got mid there initially, they were able to start chaining Zukas and pushing back Nightmare with those Zukas. So we saw that come into play. They've already pushed up, opened up the basket, and they've gotten their score down to 68 here first.
It's a pretty good first push. The members of Nightmare coming out from the left-hand side is going to stop that push in its tracks. Nova going all the way back, getting a nice bomb kill. And that pencil coming out on the side of Nightmare is just causing some problems here for Zones Equals Good. It feels like they gave up a lot of mid very easily, but then again, I don't know what they were fighting on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I didn't quite see that either. We saw, Lemon rushing in with that wiper, and if there's a wiper rushing me, I know for sure I'm backing up, so...
oh, no, you tank that. Face tank that. You got this.
No. Zones Equals Good here. Once again, they backed up a little bit, but it seems like they kept it together really nicely. They played together, they backed up together, and then now they've pushed up together as well, getting 2 members down onto Nightmare. They have opened up the basket once again for themselves. Nightmare here trying to do everything they can to get their defense intact. They're making sure that they're just trying to stay safe while they get their specials ready to play defense. Unfortunately, though, for Nightmare, 2 go down. But at least for them, on the other side, Zones Equals Good does have 2 members. Actually, a complete wipe happened for them.
So this is the chance Nightmare has to try to get something going. They have 7 clams, they have a ball coming in, they have a Zuka out, they're setting up for a good push. Unfortunately going to go down to Forge on that pencil, and another member falling to Forge on the pencil is going to stall the rest of them out in mid. Now Storm was on that cooler, is back already, but that's a lot of momentum lost. You burned to Zuka, you lost your clams, so they might still get it open here, but it's definitely not going to be as strong as a push as they were hoping for.
Yeah, great point to bring up. Initially, when the push started, they definitely had that momentum going. You can see, though, they're still just trying to hold on to the area that they do have a little bit past mid onto the other team's side. And you can see they're actually doing a really good job. It seems like they waited for that Zuka to come out from Storm. They did a really good job at just holding their place till that Zuka came out. And now they're able to open up the basket. The cooler's out, and they're trying to do everything they can to get more clams into the basket. Storm there pushed up to try and get some picks while their teammates were able to get clams to score in the basket, though. They do go down, but at least they were able to get some points on the board as there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining of this match for something to happen for them.
Yeah, it's definitely doable at this point. Nightmare really just needs maybe 2 balls to take lead fully, and their penalty is pretty small. And one of the benefits of making smaller pushes as opposed to bigger ones is having that smaller penalty. And now we'll just have to see if they can manage to take mid back. We have seen them struggle decently, being able to get the clams and the specials and the space needed when they need it in order to make this work. We see a lot of specials coming out, 2 down on the side of Zones Equals Good, and a ball coming in. This is going to be a basket open, and it might very well be the lead.
Might very well be the lead. We see Lemon here doing everything they can with this wiper, and who was that came in with that clam to get the lead? I didn't see who that was, but whoever that was so clutch. The other team was very distracted by that wiper under the basket that they were able to just come in, swoop in under the basket, and score that clam in to get the lead. Now with 30 seconds remaining, Zones Equals Good is now in the situation where they need to get the lead for themselves, and it seems like they're doing a great job at taking mid space and trying to push up right away.
This is the dangerous part, and the part I was a little worried about. That push was strong enough to take the lead, but wasn't quite strong enough to secure a lead. Really, all the Zones Equals Good needs is this ball and 1 more clam to take it back. 1 member left up, Fishy isn't going to have to jump out, which does put them in a rough position. This basket is going to close in time, and they do have the power clamp, so they will get an overtime, but that ball is lead, period. So all they have to do is get in. It's all down to Nightmare at this point.
Ooh, Nightmare. This is that moment where you're saying, guys, just play safe. Make sure you don't die. Make sure you just get your specials ready, because we know that we need to not go down here in order for the other team to get the lead. Forge able to get a jump in, and before Forge could even score that clam in the basket, they went down. It seemed like they had the perfect position, but right as they landed, they got taken out, and they were not able to score in that clam to get the lead. Nightmare taking that game 4, and we are, like Lily predicted, headed to a game 5.
I feel like I'm more stressed out than they are at this point. Like, I know, I can feel them all unclench after that one, and I'm screaming into, like, I can feel my anxiety levels raising from seeing that jump come in. Oh boy, I was sure it was over. A massive props to Nightmare for being able to clear that one before they were able to press A. Absolutely wild.
I know. That was literally the perfect jump-in spot. They had the angle. It was perfect. I love that we saw that replay, too, of that, because, like you said, I thought it was over. Oh, it seemed like, they had the spot, they had the jump-in, but Nightmare, I don't know what necessarily ended that jump-in person from scoring, but
Yeah, seeing Storm here, it's likely it was a splat bomb. That would be my guess with that timing there. There wasn't enough time for them to all have been shooting. I think it was probably a very well-timed splat bomb.
Oh,
Shout sweating.
out to that. Yeah. I need to, take a moment to myself, take a breath.
Right? Like, I'm not even playing and I'm stressed out.
Yeah.
Crazy. But, I mean, going into Game 5, we have no time to rest. Tower Control Inkblot coming in. Our classic Game 2 pick for Pop Gun here. Going to be in our Game 5. And I don't honestly know who has this. We've seen very contentious games between the two of these teams. Even on the Tower Control game we already saw. And I honestly don't know who to favor.
I don't either. I mean, looking at, that first game, Zones equals good, doing a great job, it seems like, on Tower. But I mean, like you said, the score really says it all. Either of these teams could take this Game 5. It seems like they both really figured out how to play against each other. It's just going to be that team who can get the momentum, get the upper hand, and figure out what they need to do. And looking at this right away, both teams are really kind of still poking at mid. We're seeing picks happen on both teams. And a lot of this is, I feel like, going to be momentum-based. Whoever can get that momentum going first is going to make something happen.
I find that's the case on this map, too. There's a lot of mid-scrapping, and whoever gets that momentum going first tends to take, at the very least, that first checkpoint, if not the second as well. And we're already seeing Nova here dancing around to burn that bubble with two people running at them, unfortunately going to go down with the bubble being cracked. It feels like Nightmare is on their way to that momentum.
Nightmare doing a great job. It seemed like they made sure they cleared out the right side, and then I love that Miner and Lemon together pushed onto that left side to clear that together as well. Lemon pushing up into the other team's bats and getting 2 picks with that hammer. Really, really nicely timed hammer there, allowing Nightmare to push up, get to this first checkpoint, and wait a second. Oh, did they clear that?
Apparently. Not quite. Just a little sliver left on that tower, unfortunately. For them, I guess, but not, unfortunately, for Zones equals good. They are approaching that checkpoint halfway through at this point. This looks like a clear for them. They do get the lead as well, though we'll call that a technical lead instead of a strong one. And, wow, already pushing up the bubble on the second checkpoint to only 2 up in bats is going to give them second checkpoint as well.
This seems like Zones equals good. They do a great job at when they are necessarily... Okay, Luke getting 2 with that Zuka. Really, really great Zuka position. And already to the 3rd checkpoint. Wait a second, before I start talking, maybe we should just watch this here. This might be a complete KO. Nova uses that bubble to help their team push the tower even further. Nightmare, though, able to completely tear through that bubble and stop the tower. So... at least for Nightmare, they stop the tower. They need to regroup, get mid, get specials going, and get that. There's that word we were saying. Get that momentum that they need to get past that score of 7.
And truly, it's going to be rough. They only have 2 minutes to do it. This is the start of it. A full wipe is going to give them that first checkpoint at the very least, and a very, very good setup for the rest of this game. This is the position you want to be in. 2, 3 going down to that Zuka. Storm flexing on just the pencil up, and the rest of the members rushing towards them. That first checkpoint has fallen. They're very slowly approaching that second checkpoint. It's the downside to tower control. You just gotta wait.
No, and Lily, look at this. The DC has happened once again. And, looking at the score and the time, this is going to be it, unfortunately. Nightmare, though, doing everything they can to hold on. You see Storm riding at the tower, but also using this Zuka to get a pick. They're still counting down points here on the board. Even though they do have a member down, they have to play this so safe and so carefully if they want to win this 3v4.
They really do. They have no room for error now with that very unfortunate DC coming in. And it's really down to the wire. That was, I think, their best chance of getting this. And now that Zones equals good has retaken mid and gotten back into their plat, this map is just so hard to retake when you have a full team. When the other team has your plat, it's just, I can't imagine doing it in a 3v4.
I know, and especially what I was gonna say before, Zones equals good. It seems like they're so good at when they are not in the team that is in favor of the objective. They're so good at coming back right away and just rushing into the other team and making stuff happen. So especially here in this case, into a 3v4. I mean, it's so unfortunate for Nightmare that they are in this situation.
It truly is heartbreaking. That was going to be such a close push. It's honestly tragic. Now, I do want to mention here, 20 seconds left in the game, it's still possible for Nightmare to come back, just incredibly unlikely with the hold that Zones Equals Good has. So I'm gonna call it a little preemptively, but don't worry, Nightmare losing here are not out of the game. We still have the loser's bracket to run through. If they can stabilize their internet a little bit, if they can bring this back, I mean, this is obviously the first set they've dropped today, so maybe they can come back with it. And, oh, hear me out. Hear me out, it's possible. Hear me out.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, Storm riding the tower. We got Lemon jumping in. And Miner is still alive. Come on. Oh no, unfortunately it's just Storm alive. Nova dives onto the tower paired with their teammate, able to take down Storm and take the tower for themselves. So, in a very unfortunate events for Nightmare, they are the ones going down into losers bracket. Zones Equals Good is going to be the team sitting in grand finals, waiting to fight whoever is coming up from the loser's side of the bracket. But I love that Lily pointed out, that comforted me, because Lily pointed out that Nightmare is going to be able to go down into the loser side of the bracket and still might be in this position again to fight Zones Equals Good if they make it through the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's possible we could see a rematch, and hopefully whoever's DCing is off to reset their router, or I know they have a sub on the roster, so maybe they swap them out to make that losers bracket run, but it's not over yet. It's definitely not over yet. They still have a chance.
They still have a chance. You see them there on the bracket sitting in losers finals waiting to see what's going to happen. And looking at the bracket too, man, I got so sucked into that winners finals game that I didn't even open up the bracket to pay attention to these other teams that were playing against each other in the loser side of the bracket. Fennel Carrot Soup versus Persistence, taking Fennel Carrot Soup takes down Persistence 2-0, and they are moving on to losers round 7. And then on the other side, Don't Ask Me versus Catnip actually went 2-1. It looks like that was probably a close set. They were able to move forward into round 7, and they are going to be the next teams up. Hopefully, I think we're going to be able to watch that game, that round 7.
Fingers crossed. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see that. The other side is currently playing because we had too intense of a game and unfortunately missed them starting and didn't want to hold them up just for us. So, I would have been selfish, but the effervescent Top Gun, unfortunately, isn't as selfish as me. Or fortunately, isn't as selfish as me. It does look like we did join the lobby, so we might be able to see part of that game coming through. But for now, we can just vibe, you know? Just chill.
We can just vibe.
Just chill. Chad, did you know that Popcorn came up with new rules today for streamers? It was rude. He told me I wasn't allowed to laugh or smile or be joyful.
Yeah, I was Popgun told us about those rules, and I was thinking, what if someone tried commentating like that? Like
and Nightmare is approaching the checkpoint. Will they clear the checkpoint? It is very possible. Members
Nightmare.
of their team pushing up within Inkzuka.
Nightmare unfortunately has a DC.
Very tragic news today coming from the White House. Nightmare has a
yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Awful. And then I was told no jokes, which is also not going to happen. It's me. Can't have no jokes.
Yeah,
It's not possible.
As soon as I read that rule, I said, Popgun? No, I said, Lily, don't make me laugh, otherwise you're under arrest, because I know that when I commentate with you, I laugh like... You and Austie, I laugh the most commentating with. You guys always have the jokes.
Listen, that's the best part. If you can't make your co-commentators laugh, then what are you doing? Like, why am I here if I'm not having fun? Why is anyone here if you're not having fun? Like, go outside if you're not having fun. Leave. Yeah, that's just how I feel. There's times to be serious, and I think you can still be serious and have fun. And I don't think serious and like professionalism mean you can't have fun. So yeah, I think we're vibing and keeping it tight.
Yeah. Hopefully. Oh shoot! I was gonna say. Hopefully, Popgun's not watching the stream to know that we've been breaking his rules. But I just saw him typing in chat. Unfortunately,
he's definitely watching. Which is why I'm calling him out. The people need to know. They're gonna rise up. They need to know who to rebel against.
Imagine just all of us rising up, rebelling against Popgun.
Right? And I mean, he's not even that tall. I think we could take him.
I think you're right. We definitely could take him.
He's tired from having a baby. So, like, we could definitely take him.
Yeah, I agree. You know, we'll talk about this later. Popgun, pretend you didn't hear anything.
Alright, it looks like we are hopping in. Fennel Carrot Soup is up 1-0 for Don't Ask Me, which is, I guess, not surprising. I feel like this was going to be a contentious battle between these two teams.
Absolutely. Looking at the rosters on both of these teams, I mean, I'm assuming both pickups, right? But they both are really stacked with really good players. So, looking at this right away, I mean, the score does say Fennel Carrot Soup won that first game, but as we're watching this second game play out, Don't Ask Me, they are taking the tower right away here, and they're starting to push it. Weren't quite able to get to that first checkpoint, though, as we get a feel here and get a grasp for what's happening, what weapons these teams are playing.
Goodness, 2 down already on Don't Ask Me is going to put Fennel Carrot Soup in the upper hand. Members already moving up towards that flat area is going to give Don't Ask Me a few issues until they can get some specials going. Azuka almost ready is going to come out as soon as it's ready. Of course it is. Straight onto that tower. But it doesn't look like it's able to stop much. They're using those specials just to try to clear their plat, and the members of Fennel Carrot Soup are right in their walls.
Whoa, man, speaking of that, players being right in your wall, Stan using this crab super aggressively. That's a really, really hard spot to approach if you're the team coming from your spawn. There's a crab right under your canopy, in your spawn, in your face. Fennel Carrot Soup now, they've pushed the tower a fair amount, and they're doing a great job at making sure they regroup together. You can see they're just waiting for specials to come on so they can chain them together. As we see that Zipcaster come out, unfortunately, the Zipcaster does go down. Stan goes down as well, and Fennel Carrot Soup having to back up, but this might be the chance that Don't Ask Me needs to try and make something happen.
Well, they're definitely going to need something. 3v3 now on the map, and the members of Fennel Carrot Soup still keeping Don't Ask Me on the edge of their own plat. It's a rough position to be in. 2 going down means the rest are backing up to protect this mid area, and just holding onto it by the skin of their teeth. They're really making it incredibly difficult for Don't Ask Me to get any ground without using specials.
They really are. It seems like as soon as Don't Ask Me, gets specials and gets in a position to make something happen, Fennel Carrot Soup, I mean, they have Stan on that Wiper, and they have Cammy on those Tetras that are just a constant nuisance in their face, making sure that even if they get specials, they are taken down. Speaking of that, as soon as that Zuka comes out from Don't Ask Me, there is a Zipcaster right in their face that completely shut down what they were trying to make happen. So, Don't Ask Me, they still definitely have time here. 2 minutes left of this match. They're not complete wiping. They're making sure that they're still holding their side of the map here too. So as they regroup here, we're seeing them regroup. They have 2 specials ready. They just need to figure out what they need to do to make something happen.
And it feels like they're starting to get a little bit of that momentum. Fart Blast over here on the left-hand side is going to go down, but not for taking one out as well. That's 2 down, a staggered respawn on the side of Don't Ask Me. Helix on the flank with that charger is a funny place to be. Gonna have to escape before that gets too bad. And it really just feels like they're struggling to get the picks they need to secure mid. It feels very unstable right now, and I wonder if part of that is maybe having a very aggressive front and midline comp moving into a comp that has a charger.
Yeah, good point to bring up. And unstable, I love that word. That's definitely, the feeling I'm feeling here as we're watching this. Definitely unstable. And with Helix on the charger, Helix so good at playing that charger, but with a really aggressive play style that you're up against, I mean, they're constantly respawning, constantly going to be in your face. You really have to figure out how you want to utilize this charger. Okay, speaking of utilizing that charger, great snipe from Helix there getting onto Stan. Helix, though, does have to jump back to regroup with their team. I mean, this could be the moment that they need, though. There's 2 members down now on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup. They're finally getting that mid control that they need. And it feels like I'm jinxing them. They do have 2 members go down, though, as that happens. So they just have to get some momentum. There's that word again. Get some momentum to make something happen for themselves.
And that truly is it. I just need to see them stabilize this a little bit. There's people coming in from every angle. It feels like they can't watch enough flanks. There's too many happening. The specials are getting burnt as soon as they're there because they don't have any other choice. And it just... nothing feels okay. Nothing feels okay right now. I really just need them to, like, breathe. I can feel the hyperventilation, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as we're going into the last 5 seconds of this, the tower is really in control of Fennel Carrot Soup. They're just making sure that they stay alive around the tower. You can see Don't Ask Me just did everything they can to jump on the tower to at least secure it for themselves to start pushing it. But with the way Fennel Carrot Soup was really playing defense there, they were able to just sit back, poke at the tower, and completely shut that down.
Yeah, it was just a very commanding presence from Soup. I'm just gonna call him Soup. From Soup. They did a great job just maintaining presence, maintaining specials, maintaining kills, and just holding powerful positions for as long as possible, and making Don't Ask Me really fight and claw for anything they could get. And then just at the end of it, they were just like, yeah, anyways, bye. Which is just a really unfortunate place for Don't Ask Me to be in.
It really was. You could see Don't Ask Me. I feel like I could see the signs of life there. I mean, like I said, they didn't... I don't think I saw a complete wipe there. They were constantly holding their area of the map. They were holding their plat. They were holding, in front of their plat pretty well under their canopy. They just couldn't quite get past that. It was really, like you said, unstable. And maybe, as we head into this next game, is it gonna be... Wait a second. Oh, wait, no! I'm crazy. This is loser's side. That was a best of 3. So
it was.
So unfortunately for Don't Ask Me, like I said, we saw the signs of life, but they are going to be out on loser's side of the bracket. So now Fennel Carrot Soup moving into loser's finals here, going to be against Nightmare.
Yeah, I wonder if we could see some bracket to see if Soup. I wonder if Soup has played Nightmare yet. I feel like they weren't. Oh, they did. Nightmare's actually the one who sent Soup down into loser's bracket, going 3-1. So Nightmare already knows what they're facing here. They've had a moment to breathe after that DC. Hopefully, reset their internet and get things a little bit tested before they move into this one. And Fennel Carrot Soup is coming hot off of a game against Don't Ask Me. It looks like they've already built up some momentum. It looks like they're feeling confident. It looks like they're feeling strong. So I think this one is... I've said it all. All of them are very contentious tonight. We've got some very, very good games happening.
Oh, absolutely. And especially 2 teams that have played against each other. They already know what they're going to be bringing to the table. And as well, Fennel Carrot Soup, like Lily has mentioned here, was playing very, very well in that last set. They had the momentum. It seemed like, they got set into loser side of the bracket, but maybe those couple games in the loser side of the bracket really gave them that momentum they needed. They were able to really, since this is a pickup, able to figure out how each other plays and get, their synergy up here as they head into this losers finals game against Nightmare, a team that they have already played and the team that sent them into losers bracket.
I will note that I think that bracket or the team has actually changed since Fennel Carrot Soup fought them. Earlier in the night, they had Gus in as a sub while Miner was coming back from, I think, work. So the team that Soup is going to have to fight now, I don't think they fought Miner. So that, that could go either way. That's enough of a variable to be either very, very good for them or very, very bad for them.
Great point to bring up. Storm and Miner, they are the team of Nightmare right now. They have that synergy. And when there's 2 players that have played with each other so much that they have that synergy together, that could just be that small difference that they need. They're going to be playing together, they're going to have that synergy and know how each other plays and be able to play off of each other a little bit differently than, Fennel Carrot Soup played already with Gus on the team instead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see if that makes a difference here, jumping right into this first game of our losers finals on Zone's Ramen. How do you feel about this map? It's still fairly new. I feel like people are still trying to figure out how to play it. How do you feel about it?
I actually really like this map for zones. I don't know what it is. I like that, the zone is fairly close to where you come out of spawn. It seems like pretty doable to get back into the zone if you're the one not in control. The lockouts aren't crazy. Knock on wood, hopefully we don't see that happen here. But I like it. How do you feel about it, Lily?
I agree. This map feels very much like the Reef from Splatoon 2. There's a lot of places to move. There's a lot of paintable walls. There's a lot of over and under paths to give a lot of movement options that we don't really have in a lot of other maps in the game. I honestly think this is one of the strongest zone maps right now. And Nightmare showing us that this is one of the strongest maps for them probably right now as well, by going in already and wiping 3 down in the first 40 seconds.
Yeah, getting in that wipe, or 3-member wipe, and then pushing up past the zone already into Fennel Carrot Soup's spawn. Now let's see, Soup has a member down. We see them use the Zuka to try and push back the members of Nightmare, maybe get a pick with that Zuka. Not Koyo will get a pick, but they did give themselves the space they needed to push up a little bit more. Let's see if Cammy dropping down on this right flank using what is this special called?
Zipcaster.
Zipcaster, thank you. Using the Zipcaster to push forward and try and make something happen, but it's just 1 member remaining of Soup, and they're trying to do everything they can to paint the zone, but Nightmare holding the zone that whole time, completely KOing that.
A very strong first showing there from Nightmare coming straight into this. Soup came in warm and ready to go and got completely walled out by Nightmare. So, whatever Nightmare did there to regain themselves in between those 2 games, it certainly worked for them. And we'll have to see if they come out this strong on the other ones as well. This might have been a little bit of a weaker comp for zones coming up from Soup, I think. So it could just be that they weren't as confident on a newer map mode like this. It could be the specials and the timing of them. It could just be that Nightmare was very, very strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's always, it's always a little bit difficult too when you're in a pickup, you're playing on a new map, right? You're still trying to figure it out yourself, along with trying to make sure that you figure out how to play against this pickup team. So that definitely could have been a factor in Soup, not necessarily being able to get into the zone that first game. Now, heading into the second game, this is not a new map. This is a map we are all very well familiar with. Going into Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonso.
Yeah, and definitely, if I had to pick a stronger map for something like Zipcaster, this would be it. This is definitely a little bit more powerful, and by a little bit, I mean a lot more powerful for something like Zipcaster than I think Ramen probably is. Ramen just has too many avenues and too many ways for people to move to allow Zipcaster to really shine, I think.
Okay, so heading into the second game, this could be make or break. As remember, like I learned that last set, this is a best of 3 instead of the best of 5 on the winner's side of the bracket. Heading into this game, if Nightmare takes this, they will be moving into grand finals, but if Soup is able to win this, there will be a game 3. So starting out here, both teams looking at their comps, they have stuck with the same comps here, so they know what they're comfortable with. Let's see what happens here initially.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to this momentum that we gain of Soup obviously coming out strong on this one. The crowd coming out in a great position, managing to put a lot of pressure on. They do open with that ball, and a few extra clams is going to make this a nicer push. 65 is much better than 80 if I had to, look at my math. So I'm definitely feeling a little bit better about that one. And honestly, that push lasted quite a bit longer than I expected it to for a first minute push.
Yeah, it really did. That was a steady, strong push there initially for them. And actually, I was looking at some notes from our streamer. Clam Blitz Museum is the only game that Nightmare dropped to Soup in semifinals. So that's an interesting note as well, as we see initially Fennel Carrot Soup just having that momentum right off the bat.
Absolutely. Definitely a map I think that Soup is probably a little more confident on, a little more comfortable on, and definitely, as you were mentioning earlier, their specials are more solid on. So we already see the members of Soup here just controlling that mid area, not allowing Nightmare to come back in comfortably, and already getting another score in with members on their plat taking out Nightmare.
Ooh, there is so much happening here. Squee, the last member remaining up for Fennel Carrot Soup. You can see they're doing everything they can to dodge and weave there, as they did get jump-ins. I think that was from Cammy and Stan, and they were actually both able to stay alive. Stan pushing up into that grading area, able to get a trade with Sungura, and you know, the more that they just keep Cammy and Stan keep playing that really aggressive playstyle that they do, the more nuisance that they are, the harder and more difficult it is going to be for Nightmare to even make something happen for themselves.
We saw this exact same thing when they were fighting against, I don't know, or Don't Ask Me. Yeah, Don't Ask Me. They just had such a strong presence in mid. They knew exactly when to back up and give up space, that they made it very difficult for the other team to gain any momentum. And we see Nightmare now getting a delayed wipe on Soup, but all the members are already back up on plat, and Nightmare still doesn't have a ball ready.
Great point to bring up. They have 9 clams. You can see they're trying to do everything they can, scrounge around to get some additional clams, but they do have 2 members go down. Lemon used that hammer. I love, you know, the usage of that hammer to try and push back the other team, try and gives them some space for themselves to make something happen. Nightmare, however, did have 2 members go down, but in all of that happening, we see Sungura here sitting in mid, getting jump-ins, controlling mid with that pencil, has a power clam as well, is doing it all, pushes up, scores that clam, gets those jump-ins, and now finally for Nightmare, they have scored a power clam in. Lemon jumps in with another clam, and that clam is actually going to secure the lead for Nightmare.
We'll take that. That's a very solid push. Down to 48, 2 members down. The last 2 members in a firefight up on plat are going to trade out. So that's essentially a neutral position to end in for both Soup and Nightmare, except it puts Nightmare in the lead. Lemon here getting a little saucy, causing a little bit of chaos, and their team reestablishes themselves in mid. A little bit of a dangerous play, but the rest of the team was completely on respawn and has full control of mid, so they did a fantastic job just giving the time and stalling for as long as possible.
Stalling like that can be so good, you know, if you're able to just be able to respawn right away and you're gonna go down, you know, might as well just keep acting a nuisance so your team can get mid behind you, get specials, hold mid, and you can just jump right back in to be able to help your team once they have already gotten all that space in mid. Now, going into the last 50 seconds of this, each team has a member going down, but we're seeing Fennel Carrot Soup doing actually a great job at pushing up into Nightmare's plat area, but I mean, this is so back and forth right now. Members are going down on each side. Looking at this map initially, it looks like Fennel Carrot Soup is the team that has the mid control. So if they play this carefully, get specials ready, chain those specials, make sure they don't go down, get the clams, they could make something happen here. The scores are close enough to make something happen.
Absolutely. It's worth noting that Soup really only needs a ball and like 2 clams to take lead here. Maybe 3. So yeah, as expected, that fell pretty quickly in that very last second push. And now 5 seconds after the clock, they really just need to get 1 clam in. No one in on the map there is going to mean that they take a little bit of a retreat. But now Nightmare has to make this push completely in overtime, which is never a position you want to be in, especially on a stalling map like New Zealand.
Ooh, okay, Cammy there was in mid, and they were just completely stalling that out. That's so difficult when you know you're the team that needs to get into mid, and there's just a Tetra right in your face, man. A complete wipe ended up coming out of that. Nightmare goes completely down, and in that overtime push that they were trying to make happen, and that has now tied the scores up 1-1, Nightmare versus Fennel Carrot Soup. So we are headed into a game 3 to see who is going to be the team that moves on to grand finals.
Goodness. Can they stop? Like, it's Friday. I'm trying to chill here, and these games are so intense, it's making it hard.
I know from that last set we commentated, and we both just had to sit there and be like, wow. What just happened? This is a crazy, you know, tournament here for a Friday night. These games and these teams that we're seeing against each other, I love seeing the way that we're seeing adaptations happen. Teams are just making sure that they figure each other out, and we're seeing these things happen firsthand in front of our eyes. I mean, these scores too have said it all. The last set went all the way to Game 5. This one's going to Game 3. What's going to happen in Grand Finals?
Goodness. I mean, they really are proving the grounds tonight, if nothing else. Tower Control Mako puts us in an interesting position. I think we've seen Soup come out very, very strong so far on Tower Control maps. And we've seen Nightmare, do well, but they definitely have had a bit of a struggle, especially in our last set that we watched. We saw them struggle a little bit on the tower control. So I wonder how this is going to shake out. We do have the same comps essentially that we've been seeing so far. The only real huge concern I have about Soup in tower control here is they don't have anything you would consider a stopping special.
Good point to bring up. That might come into play here, and we're definitely going to have to point that out. If we see that happening too, they're going to need that stopping special for defense. So we'll see what happens when that time does come. And looking at the tower, initially, Nightmare going to be the team that gets those initial picks, but I mean, we're seeing picks happen on both sides here. Nightmare, though, there are 2 members down of Soup, and Nightmare is starting to push the tower. They have the mid control, and there they go. They are at the first checkpoint. Storm riding the tower to get through this first checkpoint.
Already clearing that checkpoint and already racing towards the second. A couple members of Soup trying to come in from the right-hand side, but 2 members down means they're gonna have to wait a second. We do abandon tower to fight on Snipe, which is, tower stayed about where it was, so we lost a little bit in points, but we gained a little bit in positioning. So, we take that.
Absolutely. It seems like Nightmare 2, they did a good job at someone was like, okay, I'm gonna go fight, and someone else hopped on the tower for them instead. So look at this. Talk about momentum. Nightmare already to this 3rd checkpoint. There's a member down on the side of Fennel Carrot Soup. And as Nightmare is still in the area, Fennel Carrot Soup is trying to stay back a little bit, try and poke at the tower, but Nightmare, as Miner uses this tri-strike, Lemon is there as well to help them out. Miner's just trying to get through that 3rd checkpoint at least, but unfortunately for Nightmare, does not get through that 3rd checkpoint. Fennel Carrot Soup, however, able to stop that, now get the tower to go back into mid, and at least Nightmare did not get to KO there. We still have time. There's still a full 3 minutes left. Fennel Carrot Soup has all their specials ready. They still have time to make something.
For sure, they definitely have time, but I definitely wouldn't want to be them right now. There's 3 minutes, but you have to push to 9 on Mako Mart TC? Really? That's not easy. Definitely not easy. And they're doing some good work over here on the right-hand side. We do see Stand go down, unfortunately, to Lemon. Is going to put them in a worse position in mid. 2 more members going down, almost a full wipe from Soup. Means Nightmare has full control of tower and essentially mid again.
Nightmare able to just drop down into mid, get on the tower, and I like that they're just pushing the tower right away. They know that the more they put the tower in mid and on the Soup side of the map, the harder it is for Soup to make something happen. Okay, Miner getting those picks, completely shutting down what Soup was trying to make happen. And now, Nightmare here. There's 2 minutes left of this. Nightmare knows they have a solid lead. They just need to play. They can just play pretty passively here if they want, or they could play aggressively, but they know that they're sitting really pretty here as they are getting on the tower again to push.
Into a team like Soup, I think trying to play passively isn't going to help them. They kind of have to match the aggression beat for beat if they want to hold any ground. So I think this is a point where a lot of teams make that mistake. They think I can just sit back and play defense. But the problem is, by sitting back and playing defense, you're often giving the other team more space to work with. And when you get a fast-moving composition, they can kind of just run away with it.
That's a good point to bring up. And we're seeing a lot. I love that we're seeing a lot of this aggression coming out from Miner paired with Lemon. And then, Storm is almost like a support aggressive around all that. Sungura, of course, just completely spacing behind their teammates with that pencil. And I feel like the synergy is really coming together for Nightmare as we've watched them play through the night and we're seeing all this unfold.
Truly, yeah. I feel like we're seeing a bit of a different Nightmare than we saw a couple games ago. And I mean, there is some struggle here, but they're doing incredibly well. Now, we see that tower from Nightmare again, reapproaching that 10-point mark. He's going to have to back up, but it looks like the members of Nightmare did a really good job of backing off that tower without giving up their lives, really. They stayed pretty much 3 up, while Soup went 2 down, just trying to retake.
Soup just trying to make something happen, but unfortunately keeps having members go down. Though, as they do have members seem to kind of trickle out and go down, they're slowly getting into mid behind the tower, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards for them. I mean, they had 3 members go down. We're seeing them still trying to get at least to the tower, but look at this, Lemon's just sitting by the tower like, okay, I'm just going to hop on last second. And even though the members of Fennel, Carrot, Soup were right there to jump on the tower, Lemon was just secretly there, hiding on the side of the tower, able to just jump on the tower and secure the win for Nightmare.
Yeah, just a little bit of a contingency plan on the side of tower there, yeah?
Yeah.
That does mean that Nightmare taking the set 2-1, re-defeating Fennel, Carrot, Soup is going to send them straight back into winners Grands final. And it's not winners, Grands finals. Grands? You know, English is hard. Grand finals. And hopefully we'll have no more DCs and we get to see the rematch we truly deserve. And that the rematch Nightmare really deserves after coming out of a very unfortunate DC loss.
Yeah, Nightmare, that last set, the set that we just watched, didn't have any DCs, so hopefully it's in the cards for them to be against Zones Equals Good once again with no DCs. Grand finals, whoever wins this set will be the winner of Proving Grounds tonight. So fingers crossed, no DCs. This could easily go to a game 5 again, even with no DCs. So, whew, I don't know if I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm definitely ready.
Okay. I'm glad you're ready.
I'm excited. No one wants to win off of a DC, right? Like,
oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
No one wants that. That's never fun. So I think this is like the redemption, you know? Like, they got very unfortunately sent out. They took some time to regroup. They came back into losers finals strong, and they're gonna go into grands strong as well. I see no reason that this can't be the exciting match we had already seen in winners finals repeated, but this time better.
I agree. And, okay, it seemed like Nightmare, they regrouped there really nicely. I feel like, if you have some DCs in a really close set like the one they had against Zones Equals Good before, sometimes that can really mess with your mental. I mean, I know that would definitely mess with mine. You feel like you're in the zone, you're making things happen, and then unfortunately those DCs are what sets you apart in that case. So I love that Nightmare Nightmare really able to regroup and not let it sweat, not let it phase them. They regrouped and they're right back in it to fight this team again.
It feels like there's really 2 ways you come out of that. You either come out of that like really frustrated and you're like, God, no, I can't. I'm really angry. I'm not playing well anymore because of it, and I'm just frustrated that we're in this situation to begin with. And then there's also people who come out of it like fired up. Like, that was frustrating. Now I'm going to prove why we deserve that win in the first place.
Yes, and that second option that you gave, I feel like that's Nightmare right now. The way they played in that last set that we watched, I think really showcased that. They didn't have any more DCs, so they are ready here to take on Zones Equals Good in grand finals.
That's the hope. That's the hope. And I mean, that's what I'm cheering for. Like, at this point, I feel like, and I apologize. I apologize for my bias. Zones Equals Good, but we've turned Nightmare into an underdog with the DC. It's not my fault, and everyone loves an underdog, right?
This is true. This is very true.
So, like, I'll be happy no matter who wins. Both these teams are very good, incredibly skilled. We've seen them play incredibly well tonight. But part of me is just like, I'm kind of cheering for Nightmare. You know, I want to see the comeback. And then on top of that, like, if we come back to like Zones Equals Good has some stuff to prove here too, right? Because they just came out of set where they won via DC, which you don't want to do, and also feels bad. And now you also can't use that as a result anymore. So
True.
now you want to prove it, right? You're like, we won that game on a technicality, and now we're going to win it for real, so we can use that as a result on our Syndicate bios.
Yeah, great point to bring up. I mean, Zones Equals Good. It seemed like Nightmare was starting to really figure out how to play against them. And so as that set went on previously, Zones Equals Good not only has to prove themselves on a set that doesn't have DCs, but also they're going to have to, I feel like, figure out how to play and counter what Nightmare was bringing to the table, because as that went on, Nightmare was really starting to figure out the pace that they needed against Zones Equals Good, and now I feel like it's almost going to flop here. Zones Equals Good is now going to have to figure out the pacing that they want to have against Nightmare here.
Yeah, and I mean, getting right into it, apparently we missed the first 30 seconds, unfortunately, apologies for that, but it looks like we haven't missed too much. The first checkpoint has already fallen on the side of, I don't have my labels, Zones Equals Good. So, I mean, that first checkpoint on this map in particular isn't the worst, you know? That checkpoint is going to fall, it's just a matter of when.
Absolutely, and if you're the team playing defense, it's fairly easy to, most of the time, don't quote me on that, to sit back and play defense in this case for that first checkpoint when the other team starts trying to push past that. So, as the game continues here, Nightmare has grabbed the Rainmaker. Miner pushed up to the first checkpoint, trying to create some space for them now in turn to get through the first checkpoint. But with Zones Equals Good having a couple specials at the ready, it looks like they did a great job at using that playstyle that they play so well, that aggressive playstyle. Pushing into mid, we see Nova pop that bubble to completely shut down and almost put up a wall in a sense in the face of what Nightmare was trying to set up.
And, I mean, they seem to be doing a fantastic job of it. Zones Equals Good having to give up a little bit of ground as two of the members go down, and this is not a map or mode you want to wipe on ever. But Lemon coming in, wow, the hammer double, almost getting a third with that throw. That is going to be the checkpoint fallen for Nightmare, and is going to put them in a pretty good position to repop and continue going. There's almost a Zuka ready on Zones Equals Good, but other than that, we're pretty far away from specials.
They do have that Zuka, and as they were able to get out 2 Zuka shots, that third shot wasn't able to get out for that squeezer as they were called out, taken out. Storm, speaking of Zuka, able to use a Zuka here in the other team's flat street area, gets 2 picks off of that, and Nightmare able to get the Rainmaker all the way down to 38. They are still doing a great job too at holding a lot of space in mid and in the right side of the map, making it that much more difficult for Zones Equals Good to try and make something happen.
And Zones Equals Good having a little bit of trouble getting all of their members up, but it does look like they finally cracked the code and are moving into mid just in time for Nightmare to respawn. So they are going to have to push into a version of Nightmare that has at least 2 specials coming out, already getting popped, and pushing Forge back, barely just survives that trip strike. And, I mean, they're kind of just going to sit here for a little bit and wait for this to shake out, but then the longer you sit there, the more likely Storm is to drop on you.
Yeah, Storm dropping in, taking down the Rainmaker and taking down Fishy with them as well. Now the remaining members of Nightmare collapsing into mid around what Storm has made happen for them, and Nightmare didn't quite get in a position to grab the Rainmaker again. They had 2 members go down, but I mean, look at this. Sanguro doing exactly what anchors / supports do, holding space, getting picks, taking down anyone that comes towards them, and also creating space for their team to come back in safely.
For sure. And I mean, 2 specials up on the side of Zones. It looks like they have a pretty good foundation to work into this push with. Those specials coming out, but still managing to maintain 2 of them. And most of Nightmare is on a staggered respawn now. So, I mean, I would say they defended that incredibly well, but I mean, they still need to get the lead. Just defending right now isn't going to be enough. That said, Nightmare's lead is a lead, but not strong. 38 is not where I want to see the point mark at this point in the game when I have to defend it. It's just way too close.
Especially, Rainmaker, both teams already have that first checkpoint. Anything could really happen. As you know, Lily, you definitely know that well. Someone could sneak in and just grab the Rainmaker like that. So as we go into the last 30 seconds of this, look at this. 3 members go down. Fishy with that clutch Zuka, and now Zones equals good. Able to capitalize on taking 3 members down of Nightmare, grabbing the Rainmaker, and now just have to, unfortunately, they have to push that Rainmaker forward, but they do have 2 members go down, 3 members go down, and now that's essentially a staggered full wipe.
And honestly, Nightmare did a fantastic job of that. I think they knew their lead wasn't good. They knew their lead was a lead, but they knew it wasn't good. So they mounted a lot of their defense in mid instead of moving back to elbow or giving up that room. They held as much of mid as possible for as long as possible because they knew that if they gave any ground, they would lose that lead. And they did a fantastic job making that adjustment.
They really did. I mean, I feel like I mentioned it before in that last set that they played. They could either play really passively or they could just continue to play really aggressively, even though they already have a strong lead. And they had it seems like they're starting to have this real perfect balance of figuring out how to play a mix of aggressive but passively, as they already have the lead.
Absolutely, and yeah, I think that's a really strong first game to see Nightmare coming into Grands with, and I look forward to seeing how Zones equals good adjusts from that as well. They, I don't know if they're coming in a little cold. They have been waiting for a set and a bit. So, I mean, not necessarily enough time to play a ton of open to keep your hands warm, but definitely enough time to, have a pee break and stretch, which is definitely an adjustment I think a lot of players need as we go into this. But we are going to seeing them come back in on Hagglefish Zones, which we've seen 3 or 4 times now tonight at least. Definitely a mainstay of competitive at this point. And I'm kind of liking Nightmare for this one. We saw a really strong showing from Nightmare on this one just last set.
We continue to just talk about Nightmare, and like Lily said, we don't want to be biased, but as we head into this game 2, this has really been, for the night in particular, Nightmare's map and mode. They had just continually dominated on this map and mode, no matter whoever they're against. So both teams queuing into this game 2. No changes in the comps either, as I look at those comps really quickly. And as this starts out, let's see, can Zones equals good? I mean, it's literally in their name. Zones equals good. They are supporting Zones here. Let's see if they can make something happen on this first Splat Zones map in Grand Finals.
Listen, I think they're just a little biased, but you're right. They do kind of have to win this one. It is in their name. So we'll see how this pans out. Levin already showing off that aggression, coming in with the hammer, not quite able to get one. A beautiful last Zuka shot there from Luke. Unfortunately going to go down before they reach the zone as Storm flexes a little bit on him. And it looks like we're going pretty well into this zone area. 2 down and staggered on the side of Nightmare. This is going to be Zones equals good to retake, and hopefully a good position for them to set up into.
That Junior and the pencil able to just create so much paint together and able to cap the zone, at least give those 41 penalty points over to Nightmare. And now, even though the Zones equals good does have 2 members down, they have 3 members down now. It's always, sometimes you just need to at least cap the zone. I constantly tell myself that, at least cap the zone, because then you can make something happen after that.
Exactly. You just need that first step to cap the zone and give yourself a bit more time to set up and to prepare. It does look like they are able to cap that zone on and off again. We'll have to see if they can actually set up past that, because capping the zone is only step 1. We now need to go to step 2, which is getting the hold.
You can see they started push up together there, but paired with, it seemed like it was Sungura paired with Lemon there, popping out with that hammer. That was a really, really hard wall to break that Nightmare did set up. So once again, Nightmare in control of the zone. They're coolered up, and they just might run in here to get some picks with that cooler because they know that they can respawn right away.
For sure. Zones equals good, doing a fantastic job there. The Zuka getting a couple good picks, while the cooler being active cannot discourage you from getting those picks. You still have to do it, unfortunately. You just now have to do it twice. So, dang. But that's fine. The members of Zones equals good here, just trying desperately to paint that zone. It feels like they really need a flank or something to come in. 2 members down Nightmare is the chance they're looking for. The soda on the last 2 members is going to give them a little bit of breathing room if they happen to go down.
All right, so Nightmare in the position they want to be in here right now. They did have all their members up there, but speaking of a position they all want to be in, they actually caught a staggered wipe there, and now Zones equals good, in control of the zone. They are hopefully going to be able to start pushing up past the zone here. They're having to play this so carefully, though, as all these specials are coming out from Nightmare. They have to make sure that they avoid these specials. I love that they avoided the specials, but they also backed up, kept the zone painted, and they're actually, if they can keep this up, this paint from the pencil, the paint from the junior is actually going to swap this here and get the lead for Zones equals good, and they finally figured out that sweet spot to at least get them the lead and maybe potentially even a KO.
We have that body block bubble up on zone, blocking all of the paint coming in from Snipe. 2 members stand on the side of Nightmare. A bunch of paint coming out on zone. They're just battling for it. It does look like Zones equals good is gonna get it. Good job. As Zones equals good, it's in your name. You had to prove yourselves there. And like I was gonna say before the match started, they wanted us to talk about them more. They have to win a game, and they've won a game. So here we go.
Man, thinking about that game too. Once they were able to finally get that sweet spot, figure out how to play against Nightmare, finally get some space that they needed to make things happen. Looking at their comp, a pencil and a junior, if you're trying to paint against that and you need to get the zone, that's so difficult. That's so much paint coming out from those 2 weapons.
Yeah, no, that's not. Good luck. Especially on the other side, you may have a pencil up, you have a bucket up on the other side. A bucket is just never going to match the paint of a junior. It's just not. My condolences, bucket users, but it's just not going to happen. So, I mean, they did a great job there. I was a little bit worried near the end when Nightmare was trying to mount that last push. I felt like I was getting a little worried that they were giving up a little bit too much room, and then I remembered they had double Zuka. So, I mean, they can give as much room as they want. They have essentially an infinite special, so.
That's true. And they have been known, Zones equals good has been known to, I highlighted it before when we were watching them play, but man, once they get they start chaining that double Zuka, they are so deadly, and they just continually do that and completely shut down what the other team is making happen. So once they were able to get the paint they needed to get in a position to keep painting the zone, get the paint they needed, but then also keep those Zukas rolling, I mean, man, they're quite a team to be fighting.
Yeah. And now, getting into our 3rd game of the match, this is a challenge. I mean, we're not on tower control again, but we are back on Inkblot, so I'm feeling a little bit of that pressure, you know. No DCing on Inkblot. We see the members of Zones equals good getting into some really scrappy fights. They are going to go 2 down. The junior here getting a fantastic bubble up is going to help with an assist for 2 down and a bubble up, backing up just in time to avoid that Zuka. Oh my god.
That was scary. That was so scary. And then, you know, carrying the clam too, you're like a Zuka target right there. Nova doing a great job though at just dodging everything that came at them and just continuing to hold the space for their team, continuing to get these bubbles ready for their team as well. Their team playing around that really nicely. Now, Nightmare here is going to have their defense on the lock here. It looks like they do a good job at taking down 1 member of Zones equals good, and Zones equals good doesn't look like they're going to be able to get past what Nightmare has set up here to get any more clams in the basket. So even though Zones equals good did initially get that first push going, they only got that 1 power clam in, and Nightmare did a really good job at just shutting down any other pushes that Zones equals good might have had.
I mean, if you get enough single clam pushes, you can still win the game. It just, you know, takes a long time and is a lot more difficult, and I don't recommend it. It's technically possible. Nightmare here on the defensive. All three members back on their plan as they try to take a little bit of space here in mid. And no, Zones Equals Good just doing a great job of keeping the pressure up, keeping the rats up, and not really allowing them to move forward. Now, Lemon said, I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to move forward anyway because I'm a wiper. Screw you. Did manage to get 2, and we take a little bit more space from this one. Excuse me? The Zuka joust?
Yeah, my exact thoughts. Excuse me? That Zuka 1v1 happening there. Storm being the winner of that Zuka joust that happened there. And now we see Nightmare. They are the team pushing up here. They got 3 members down onto Zones Equals Good. They are pushing up here. We see Storm trying to gather clams to make a clam to just score it into the basket. But I mean, Nightmare only has now, look at that, 1 clam. So they don't have a power clam ready to score at all. They're going to have to figure out not only how to hold mid here and keep the mid that they have, but also get a power clam, get clams past that as well. It doesn't look like they're quite able to do that as Zones Equals Good was able to recognize that, push forward, and now has gotten lead a power clam for themselves and got some specials ready to boot.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here. The members of Nightmare are backed up, but I mean, they didn't lose that much ground of mid, and now some specials coming out is going to push Zones Equals Good all the way back, and it looks like they're losing their ball on top of that. That's, yeah, not going to be a push, unfortunately. 2 down for Nightmare puts them in a better position, but they've lost their ball, and now they have to wait for all those respawns. Inkblot is not one of those maps with abundance of clams. You kind of have to be very careful of your economy on this map, because the pushes are fast, and the clams are not.
It's true. They really are not plentiful, and I feel like we've seen that already here. I mean, as this whole entire match has happened, we have only seen, what, maybe 2 or 3 power clams made in front of our eyes, and then, you know, with only 1 power clam being scored so far with a minute remaining here, this has been really, really close. Finally, Zones Equals Good able to get some clams for themselves. They get another power clam for themselves, and they're starting to push up here. With that bubble, I'm sure that Junior's going to rush in, use that bubble under the basket, or try to at least, and then, you know, try and score some clams off of that. But man, this has been quite the stalemate. It's been so back and forth. You know, even though one team gets a power clam, the other one is right there to completely shut down what they were trying to make happen.
I mean, Nova had to back all the way up here to snipe from mid. Like, that's not where you want to be. Is going to try to rush in here and get some picks. A beautiful team play there, and trying to run into basket off of that as well, but they just don't know where the last members are, and they don't know if it's safe. Bubble up is going to be a score, but the bomb against the shield is beautifully timed. That score does bring them down to, wow, 55 and counting.
55 and counting, and now if they are not able to score any more clams in, we're about to head into overtime for Nightmare. So looking at what Nightmare has available, they do have the 1 power clam. They don't quite have any specials. You can see, actually, they did use that tri-strike. Lemon coming into Zones Equals Good bat with that hammer. You know, maybe getting a jump in question mark. Let's see what Lemon can do. They are in a really good spot under the basket. They do get the jump in. We see the clam scored in. Miner jumps in to try and make something happen, but unfortunately isn't under the basket or in a position to push past the members that were of Zones Equals Good that were guarding the basket there. So I definitely liked what Nightmare was trying to cook there at the end, but Zones Equals Good they just really had that map and mode on lockdown, it seemed like there. And so Zones Equals Good taking this game 3 here, and now the score is 1-2.
Goodness. I mean, they did a great job there. They knew that they obviously had the call out that Lemon was coming into bats, and they knew there was going to be some jumps in. I think the jumps came in just a little late to make full advantage of them, but even if they had both coming in, they still needed 2 more clams in order to make that even. So unfortunately, just a little too late. And then Zones Equals Good making that quick rotation onto the sponge in their own plat to take Lemon out and remove the force of people taking their bats. They did a fantastic job on that defense, and that game was a lot of stalemate. And man, if you're looking for a map with a lot of stalemate, we have a couple more for you.
Yeah, speaking of stalemate, heading into game 4, we are actually heading into tower control on ship-shape cargo. Okay, I want to know, how do you feel about ship shape, and especially ship shape tower control, Lily?
It's not the worst tower control map in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even necessarily call it bad. It's definitely the best mode on the map, I think. But it's very snowbally. Incredibly snowbally. This is a map where I won't play anything except Neosplash because strikes are so incredibly important. Having something to stop the tower is so incredibly important, especially once they clear that first checkpoint. Things just get so bad. So it's contentious, and it's okay.
and through all that, it's okay.
It's okay.
No, I totally agree with your points. I feel the same way. You just kind of pause and you're like, yeah, it's a map. The mode, it's fine.
It's not bad. It's not great. It snowballs, so that sucks. But it's okay.
I know. I feel like I'm still trying. Like I feel like I've got a decent hold of trying to play this map and mode, but I'm still trying to figure it out myself. So I'm actually very excited to see how these two teams play this map and mode. What strategies they're going to use with the specials and weapons that they have. What positions are they going to take? And speaking of strategies, positions to take, Nightmare already getting control of the tower and pushing it through the first checkpoint. They still have, 3 members up, the 4th one jumping back in, and they're actually doing a great job at just continuing to push this tower right away.
This tower is very much one where you have to follow it with the path. And there's some paths that zigzag in front of certain areas you can defend from. This one zigzags across 2 areas that are very important to defend from, and if you lose either of them, you're screwed. You have to keep both at all times. Storm, stop it. I'm trying to explain the map. So Nightmare here on this left-hand side, the first step is always to push that tower to the left to try to get that checkpoint and try to clear out that left side completely and get some people up into this back left area where we see like Forge using that pencil. And once you get people into that area, things tend to get really bad for you.
They do, they really do. And I mean, looking at what's happening so far, we haven't quite gotten there yet, but man, both teams here in mid here, just trying to do everything they can to get to the tower. I mean, Nightmare had a really, really great setup for their initial push, getting their score all the way down to 47. They are, once again, the team that's on the tower. They do have a member down, but, I mean, paired with the momentum with Lemon, and then we've seen Miner push up as well. They're doing a great job at just shutting down anything that Zones Equals Good is trying to set up. Zones Equals Good really gonna have to figure out how they want to take on this map, how they want to set up here, and how they want to shut down what Nightmare is doing.
I mean, Lemon was doing a really good job demonstrating that first area you really want to control and getting a really strong frontliner in there who can, has a lot of survivability and a lot of stall power, a lot of kill power, getting them up into that left-hand area to prevent any kind of defense from mounting for this first checkpoint is just crucial, absolutely crucial. And Lemon knows that and is playing it very well.
I love that we keep seeing Lemon just continuing to go to that left side, but it doesn't seem like it's completely... It's like once the other team starts figuring out what you're doing and they shut it down, it's like, okay, I gotta stop doing this. But Lemon just keeps doing it, and it just keeps working over and over. And I mean, once again, speaking of Lemon here, pushed up now on the right side. I think they came from the left to the right, uses that hammer to completely jump scare the other team. And now look at this. Nightmare is actually about to completely KO the tower as they were gonna completely KO it. They get that one final jump in from Storm. The score is now all the way down to 1. Zones Equals Good able to stop the tower, but that is going to be such a long road to get the lead now for Zones Equals Good.
And Lemon, yet again, did a great job demonstrating the second part of that plan. Once you have that first left-hand side completely cleared out, you move up and you take that right-hand side when it's above second checkpoint. And once you have that done, you ideally want to keep control of left and right, but if you have to prioritize one of them, you always prioritize the one above the tower, because that's where it's going to be hardest to defend from, right? So things now are just getting a little scrappy. There's a lot of chaos on my screen, and I'm not talking about it because it's giving me a headache. Lemon coming in yet again to 2 down with the hammer. I feel like Lemon is MVP for this match. Like, they're doing all of the things I would want from a player like them, and they're doing it incredibly well.
It's almost like Lemon is hearing exactly what you're saying, word for word.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, Lily, I got you. I'm gonna clear the left. The tower's right here. Oh, the tower's on the right. I'm gonna make sure I clear the right side. Don't worry, I got you, Lily.
Thanks for the demonstration, Lemon. I really appreciate your assistance today. I feel like the class has learned a lot.
I know I have. And like you said, this is almost like I feel like I'm really seeing how well Wiper in particular can really shine here. It's really, really a great weapon here, and especially with the way Lemon's playing it as well. Lemon's doing a great job at just playing the right areas and also making sure that they fall back when they need to, or they're right back in the action when they need to be. Whew, okay, so going into the last 15 seconds of this, zones equals good. I mean, they have to get into mid. There's 10 seconds left now. It's looking, kind of difficult for them. They do have a member go down. They're able to take down Lemon on the Wiper, and they are actually able to take down Sangura as well. As that really clutch tri-strike, though, comes out for Nightmare, they are able to shut down zones equals good from even touching the tower. And now, we are going into a Game 5 for Grand Finals, and I even said this before it started. I was like, honestly, even with no DCs, we could go to a Game 5, and guess what, folks? We are headed into a Game 5 of Grand Finals.
God. I was hoping we would get here, and I'm so glad we did. And Nightmare is just... it feels like they've really made the adjustments they've needed to, and they're feeling good, they're feeling strong. Both of these teams truly, truly are. Really feeling comfortable. I feel like Zones Equals Good struggled a little bit on this one, but that's not a huge surprise to me. It is tower control, and tower control sucks. So we'll have to see how they feel, if they feel a little more comfortable on something like Rainmaker Undertow, where we did see a really strong showing from Nightmare earlier. But I don't think this is out of the cards for Zones Equals Good. I mean, it's at this point, it's do or die. One of these teams is going to win in this next game, and is going to take first place in Proving Grounds 27. And there's nothing we can do about that. Though, I will note, Nightmare coming from loser's bracket means we're going to see a bracket reset if they win. So, we have potentially another 5 games after this.
This is true. This is very, very true.
For a second there, I forgot we were double a limb.
You're like me when I was like, oh yeah, loser's bracket is best of 3. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we're playing double a limb, and that means there's a bracket reset. Dang.
I will note too, we went into Splat Zones Hagglefish knowing how well Nightmare has been playing that, and Zones Equals Good was able to slowly, chip away at what they needed to do on that and take that game actually when we predicted it might be Nightmare because they've been doing so well on it. So even though Nightmare has previously done well on this map and mode against this team, I could see anything happening here as we head into the Zones Equals Good, showing that they're able to adapt against this team. So we'll see heading into this what happens.
It's definitely going to be a challenge. I think nothing at this point is easy. These teams are such high caliber and have been playing for several hours now, so that everyone's warm. Storm, stop it, I'm talking about the game. Sangura also taking advantage of me talking here to already clear that first checkpoint, and are going to be following that hammer in already the way to 35. Not the best push, but I mean, we're in the first minute of the game where we're down to 35. Like, Nightmare, stop.
I love that. Nightmare now, I mean, they're holding mid, continuing. Sangura, I love the way that Sangura just holds areas and then just continues to get the jump-ins for their teammates that do go down. That just it's like they almost didn't go down because they're just gonna jump right back into Sangura. Now Nightmare still having all their members up. Zones Equals Good does have one member go down, but they're doing a good job at slowly pushing forward, slowly taking space, and slowly chipping away at the members of Nightmare. Though, Nightmare actually looks like they're noticing, the general area of Zones Equals Good is coming out on the right side of the map. Depending on what side you're looking. And we're able to, Lemon able to grab that Rainmaker and take the Rainmaker on the other side of the map where the members of Zones Equals Good weren't. So even though they didn't necessarily push their lead any further, they were able to just make it that much more harder for Zones Equals Good to get a grasp for what they need to set up.
For sure. Storm, stop it. We're talking about the game. I love seeing those cheeky right-hand pushes. This map plays a lot like Sturgeon Shipyard Rainmaker in that there's two avenues and one is obviously better than the other. So every once in a while people forget about that less used option. And then when they forget about it, it makes it even better to take the cheeky route. Lemon, you can't do it to him. Lemon, you can't do it to him. Lemon.
Man, the lemon sharks have been crazy tonight.
Lemon, it's rude. Beautiful play. Absolutely beautiful play. The members of Nightmare not giving up any ground. The zones equals good. A little bit of a panic there probably because of that flank. Now just getting back into mid, and unfortunately already a few going down from Nightmare as they I feel like everyone's gonna have bad dreams after this, and we all know whose fault it is.
So true. So true. Nightmare really gonna be giving us nightmares tonight because they are just playing so well here. They are just not letting zones equals good try and figure out how they want to get a push going. Forge here does have the Rainmaker, but this Rainmaker is about to explode here, and Forge does go down holding the Rainmaker as well. So, you know, I'm just trying to think, what is it that zones equals good needs to do here that they need to do specifically against Nightmare, because Nightmare just is on fire right now.
They truly need to find a solution to Lemon. I think Lemon's Lemon is just unlocked. They've taken off the ankle weights and unlocked their full potential, and Zones Equals Good just doesn't seem to have the speed or the stability to deal with Lemon doing things like this. And doing things like that means that Zones Equals Good is constantly on the back foot. They're constantly watching and waiting for that, which is probably making them play a little bit more safe, which is intensifying the problem. Mm-hmm. So I think at some point they just need to say, okay, you're watching for Lemon, you're dealing with Lemon. Whichever weapon deals with Lemon the best. It's you're doing this now. And then they're gonna have to just prep for bracket reset.
Oh, that's true. They are going to have to do that. They just have to, I mean, we saw Lemon there once again pop up with that hammer, just acting as such a nuisance against, anything that Zones Equals Good is trying to think about even making happen. So going into the last 15 seconds of this, folks, it's looking like we're about to go into a bracket reset. Nightmare is absolutely on fire now in this game 5 with a very, very strong lead of 14. Zones Equals Good does have a member go down. The Rainmaker is popped, but I mean, Nightmare was completely surrounding that Rainmaker, not letting Zones Equals Good, even if they grabbed it, not even letting them think about pushing that Rainmaker. So Nightmare taking game 5 of Grand Finals, and with Nightmare coming from the loser side of the bracket, we are headed into a bracket reset, so buckle in.
I'm buckled. Don't worry.
Good.
I'm buckled in. I'm safe.
I wanted to make sure.
Always wear your seatbelt, kids. Always. Very important for car safety. So yeah, I'm buckled in. I'm ready. Good to go. Nothing. They can't stop me now. I'm good.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I think Nightmare's ready and buckled in too. So, hi everybody. If you're just joining us, we're welcome to Proving Grounds 27, where we're in bracket reset of Grand Finals because Nightmare, who previously lost to Zones Equals Good, in part due to a very strong gameplay from Zones Equals Good and a very unfortunate DC or two, is coming back 3-2 against Zones Equals Good and is gonna be gunning for that gold. I hope y'all have your popcorn ready.
I need to go get some popcorn. Shoot. This is... It's funny, I haven't commentated in so long. And man... Yeah, you're right. And hopping into this, we're hopping into quite the tournament, quite the few sets here that we've gotten to commentate. All of them going to the final games, going to game 5, going to game 3. I wouldn't put it past this bracket reset now going to game 5 as well, honestly.
Selfishly, I'm kind of hoping one of them just sweeps through. It's like 1 a.m., y'all. It's like 1 a.m. So like, I mean, I've got a cat waiting for me.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't mind going to cuddle a cat.
Same. I have a little dog waiting to cuddle. I'm ready. But also,
Beautiful.
once this starts, whew, I'm going to be locked into what's going to happen here.
Yeah. I mean, so everyone get your snacks. I want to point out that this is obvious bias on the part of TOs. This best of 5 does have 2 zones games in it. So clearly someone is favoring somebody. But in the meantime, I'll see a little bit more of the same. Nothing crazy changing here. And by nothing crazy, I mean nothing changing here. Exactly the same as we've been seeing so far. And yeah, I hope they know what they're doing.
Me too. Heading into a bracket reset, game 1 here, looking at what's going to happen. I mean, these teams know the weapons for one that they like to play. They are not switching it up. They just really have to focus on playing their play styles. You know, what do we need to do against this team in particular? How do we need to play together? Well, how do we need to use our specials against this team? You know, maybe using the tri-strikes against the bubble, using the hammer against, you know, maybe a certain player in particular or in a certain way. It's really just comes down to these really fine, minute details of play styles that these two teams are going to have to do, and they've been figuring out all night.
I mean, they've had 8 games so far to figure it out. Between the two of them, they know at this point what everyone is doing. They know what to expect. Now it's just a matter of who can adjust better to it. Lemon coming in following Storm's heal is going to get 1-2 before going down, and that means the last 2 kind of supporty players on Zones Equals Good are kind of just have to stall here on the left-hand side while they wait for everyone else to respawn.
Zones Equals Good now. They are trying to get in a position to get into the zone, get into mid, but they did have their junior go down. I saw their junior, though. I think they were coolered. They have their bubble ready already. And with Luke using the Zuka, that might be the initial special that is going to help Zones Equals Good get into the zone. The Squeezer now using their Zuka as well, chaining those Zukas that like they do so well. And Nova tried to jump in there, use that bubble to help create some space for their team, create a wall in front of Nightmare, but Nightmare said, no thank you. We're going to go ahead and shred that bubble. We're going to keep painting the zone, back up, stay safe. And just like that, Nightmare taking game 1 of the bracket reset in a very, very dominant fashion.
Nightmare out here just like, no thank you. No thank you. You got this. And being like, you guys are named Zones Equals Good, but you're not the only ones who can win Zones games. So, yeah, Nightmare's just on a roll here. They're out for blood.
They are. It's one of the adaptations, too, that I'm seeing is, obviously, once that ship-shape tower control game happened, it almost seems like it's like, as long as the whole team can support what Lemon wants to do with that wiper and that hammer, they can really just play off of that so well. As long as they support that, as long as they allow that to happen for Lemon, and Lemon is able to do things off of that, I mean, it's played out very, very beautifully for them so far.
Yeah, I still affirm that Lemon is the biggest problem right now. Now, Storm, that's not to downplay any of the parts of the other players. Like, Miner is doing a crazy good job with that bucket, and Storm is kind of just being Storm, and Lightning striking everybody. But I think, like, Lemon is the major issue that Zones Equals Good has yet to figure out how to handle, and once they get that, the rest of this falls into place.
Absolutely. Yeah, the other remaining members of Nightmare have absolutely had their shining moments, but yeah, like you said, Zones Equals Good is just gonna have to figure out how to get around not only Lemon, but the way that Nightmare is supporting Lemon as a player. So I'm just trying to think, man, if I was Zones Equals Good right now, what do we want to do differently? Okay, speaking of what do we want to do differently, wait a minute here. There is no pencil on the side of Zones Equals Good. Forge switching from the pencil over to the end zap. So maybe that little bit of aggression, maybe that little bit of mobility, question mark, will be that difference that they need in order to play differently against Nightmare.
It very well could be. Something like a pencil just needs a little bit more room to move, and if they've just been getting a run at constantly by someone like Lemon, maybe they just haven't had the chance to get that setup that they need to be stable. So this could easily be the adjustment that they need, and obviously they're trying to feel something out. So, I mean, a full jump out is a little bit of a back and forth here in mid, as there always is in the beginning of maps like these. 2 clams up on the side of Nightmare are going to give them some passive special charge, which we love to see. But they don't have a foothold in mid, despite having those 2 clams. Zones Equals Good is doing a pretty good job of holding that mid area.
They are. They're doing a really good job at holding mid. And, Commentators Curse, 3 of them now go down on the side of Zones Equals Good. Nightmare playing the patient game, slowly able to take down the members of Zones Equals Good, and not only take them down, but pushing, scoring that power clam, and scoring a few more clams after that. Now it's just Sungura left alive for Nightmare, and even though it's just Sungura doing exactly what they do best, holding space, getting the jump-ins for their teammates. That way, they don't have to swim all the way in from spawn. They're going to be right back in the action to help out Sungura control space.
Absolutely. And I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of it. Except Luke here with that Zuka going to come out. Unfortunately taking out one, or fortunately taking out one and pushing in, but not too much more beyond that. Miner doing a very good job of shutting down any options they had in that avenue and putting on some pressure on this left-hand side, which is definitely the... Excuse me?
Excuse me? Excuse me? Nightmare, I was so focused on what Zones Equals Good was making happen there, and who was that? That's probably Lemon.
It must have been Lemon.
Yeah.
Lemon had been sharking on that right-hand side for a while, so I wonder if they just stayed there long enough that Zones Equals Good forgot they were there. Alright, well, Bubble coming up from Nova, gonna get into a fight with Miner. Unfortunately, gonna trade out there and gonna have to back up and give up some space to Lemon yet again. It feels like they're doing a pretty good job of getting up to this point, this ramp area and the beginnings of Plat, but having a little bit more issue getting in past that. And I kind of want to lend a little bit of that to the difficulty of Zuka on this map. Like, Zuka's really good when you're facing the open area, but not as good to break into Plat with.
That's a good point to bring up. There's a lot more walls in the way. It's a little bit more difficult to see other members of the other team more directly to utilize those Zukas, and really with the way Zones Equals Good plays, they once they start getting those Zukas and continue to use them back to back, it really plays out well for them. So they haven't necessarily gotten a position to utilize those the best that they can. Now, we're seeing so much chaos unfold before our eyes. It seemed like members of Zones Equals Good were going down, and then all of a sudden Nova was right there to the basket, able to get help their teammate get a jump in there to score a power climb, and now the scores are that much closer.
Oh my god, listen.
What?
Since we've started commentating, we haven't seen a single Kraken on clans.
Wait, you're right. What incarnation?
Is this a new era? I mean, it's not a new era. Kraken is still stupid on clans, but like, I'm just kind of baffled that hasn't been a thing. I 2 down on the side of Zones Equals Good back to the game, and a soda out from Nightmare is putting them in a pretty good position here. 45 seconds left in the game. They don't have the best lead, in that a football and a little bit extra will take it away from them. But the longer they can hold this power position, this mid area, and prevent Zones Equals Good from coming in, the better they are off. It doesn't look like Zones Equals Good even has a pity clam at this point, so they really need to get a ball quick.
They do. They at least need to... Oh my gosh, I was going to say they at least need to communicate and make sure that they get a power clam, but 3 members go down on the side of Zones Equals Good, and with Nightmare right there, they were controlling mid for that whole entire time. They're able to utilize taking 3 members down on the side of Zones Equals Good, push up right away, score in that power clam, and now, just like that, able to get that push going at the perfect moment, allows them to win that game 2.
I confess, I'm a bad caster because I looked at stream chat, as I'm wont to do. But someone pointed out that the Lemon might be getting a buff because it's Proving Grounds 27. And It's the Lemon 27.
Hold on.
Coincidence?
This mind blown emoji? Like,
Coincidence? I think not.
I think not.
It's rigged. It's rigged, Popgun. I'm on to you.
When in doubt, just blame it on Popgun. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I blame everything on Popgun and K-Bot interchangeably, so...
Yeah, can't forget K-Bot.
Yeah. I think it's about the same. So this is obviously K-Bot's fault. Obviously wrote the script and left that, like, little inconsistency in there, which, like, I've watched enough crime shows to be able to pick these threads apart, sir. And that said, we are going into potentially tournament map for Nightmare.
If Nightmare is able to take this game 3 on this bracket reset, then they are going to be the winners of Proving Grounds 27. So, thinking about this, zones equals good. They're going to have to completely turn this around and win these 3 next games if they want to win Proving Grounds 27. So they have a lot. They have a lot ahead of them.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see them struggle earlier on Hagglefish Market, though albeit on zones and not on tower control. So I think, I mean, there's still a lot of opportunities here for them to take this back. I think this is going to be easy. Not easy, rather, for either of the teams, but I think that this is yet again another ground on which Lemon can just run free.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very flat map. You know, once you get on the different levels, it's also flat as well. And just the way that they utilize that wiper and the hammer together, I mean, this could easily play out well for them. Okay, speaking of Lemon getting the first pick of the game here, I didn't even get to highlight either. Looking at Zones Equals Good's comp, they've actually switched it up quite a bit. I believe that's Nova who switched over to the NZAP. Yeah, Nova switching over to the NZAP this time instead of the Junior, and Forge switching over from the NZAP to now the 52 gal. So will the 52 gal, will the Junior going away be what they need to make something happen against Nightmare?
It very well could be. I know when I'm struggling against teams that just run straight at you, a Junior is often one of those first things I drop. It's very strong on some map modes, but it often just has a lot of troubles when people are just running at you constantly and you just don't have the firepower to counter it. So this could be the thing that they need to help bring this back, but I mean, at the very least, this is the time to try it. There's nothing else left after this if they don't win it, so do or die.
Yeah, totally true. I mean, might as well go for it. And also thinking about it too, when you're against a hammer player, you know, they switched off of the Junior, they switched off of the pencil, and when I look at the
Thanks, Elemental.
when I look at the NZAP and the 52 gal, those are going to be weapons that can stand back a lot easier and shut down the hammer compared to a Junior and a pencil. So I could see that coming into play as well.
Absolutely. Fishy over here on this right hand side trying to get that Zuka out. Unfortunately going to go down before they get all of their shots. But I mean, that does mean they respond with a little bit more special than they had initially intended to. So that's always kind of nice. Lemon over here just running rampant, taking out Nova. And man, just Lemon, they're children. They have families. They have families. Already pushing up to that first checkpoint, not quite clearing it, about halfway through, and forced to abandon Forge on a funny flank. Is going to, I mean, this is what I know Forge for. I never really knew Forge as a pencil player. I always knew them as a gal player, right?
Yeah, that's always what I've known them for as well.
Yeah, so it's always nice to see that come back.
Absolutely, and they are utilizing the gal playstyle perfectly, pushing around, getting a flank, throwing up walls, and just poking at what the other team is trying to do. So, great gal plays coming out from Forge there. It definitely helped them get back into mid at least, even though they have lost lead. I mean, not lead. Even though they've lost mid, they're 3 members down now. that at least was, if they can just capitalize on that play again, that play style again, they could definitely make something happen with that.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. And we're 2 down on the side of Nightmare, so there's a time to retake this mid area. There's a time to try and get this going. It's now. Storm already with that Zuka is going to cause a few problems, but hopefully this giving up of the space is it Storm? Anyways, this giving up the space is going to help out Zone Zuko good in the long run.
Ooh. The Zuko is trying to come out, but man, oh no! Oh no! I was gonna say Miner shut down shut down that Zuka, but we're having flashbacks to what happened in Nightmare in a previous set against Zones Equals Good. If you weren't here, unfortunately, they did have a couple. It was like 1 or 2 DCs, and that really came into play. And now the DC is back. Unfortunately for them, I mean, they still definitely have quite a few games here where they can come back to it. But man, they had a great lead, a great foothold of this game, and now it has switched. Now Zones Equals Good taking that first checkpoint and taking the lead.
For sure. I mean, this is my fault. I was like, this is getting a little too predictable. It's DDoS, Sungura, and get them out of here. Clearly. But yeah, I mean, the way it's snowballing here, this is gonna be, I think, an open and shut case. 20 seconds left, 30 ticks left on the timer. Yeah. Unfortunately, that DC was the game changer for them, and winning a 3v4 is very difficult.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, you hate to see it.
You really
hate
do.
to see it.
You really do. Nightmare, you got this. Or Zones Equals Good. Maybe this is the retake. Maybe we're going to game 5 again. Maybe Popgun heard us talking about rigging it, and Popgun was like, haha. Lily sounds tired. Let's go to game 5.
We're all like, I want to go to bed. And then...
Oh, we commentator cursed ourselves.
Did we? We did.
We did. This is our fault.
We just want to go cuddle with our animals. Nope.
Listen, they're just so fuzzy and soft and warm.
Man, like Popgun said in the chat too, these DCs do keep happening in the final minute too. So it seems like it keeps seeming like, you know, Nightmare has it. They got it set up, blah blah blah, and then within the final minute, that's when the DC actually keeps happening. So that's so unfortunate.
So Nightmare has to win the game quickly. 0 to 100 knockout.
True.
All right.
Just get KOs.
Yeah,
of course.
A skill issue. Just get KOs, forehead. God. I just made myself cringe at myself.
Oh! I'm looking at... Okay. Elemental is correct. Elemental said to us that they zoomed into Lemon in the middle of that last game too, because Lemon actually switched to missiles instead of hammer.
I did not notice.
It just glossed over us.
Yep. Thanks, Elemental. I just thought you were being funny. I mean, you were being funny. I just thought you were being funny in a different way.
I thought you were like, Lemon died.
Yeah, that's silent. Yeah. Incredible. So yeah, I mean, this is still incredibly doable for Nightmare. They've come out strong in these first 2 games. The third game had an unfortunate DC, but up until that moment, it was incredibly powerful. They didn't give up much ground at all. I think they probably would have had that game as well. So they just got to do one more.
They do. One more. They still have, the wiggle room to... Even though that DC happened, they still have the wiggle room in these next 2 games to play off of that. So, fingers crossed for Nightmare that, please, first thing.
Now, the downside for Nightmare is that both of these next 2 games are snowball heavy. So, if they do get a DC, we won't just. Let's. Yeah. You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't even have to say it, you know?
Yeah.
I was thinking about too, you know, zones equals good. We were talking about they have nothing to lose. They might as well switch up their comps to try and counter what is coming at them from Nightmare. And once the DC happened and zones equals good got the lead, I actually didn't realize how close it was for zones equals good to get the lead there. It felt like it happened pretty fast. So that just comes to show how close the scores were. And maybe, I mean, they're sticking with the same comp. Nova still on that end zap instead of the junior. Forge still on that 52 instead of the pencil. Instead of the pencil or the end zap.
But I mean, it was definitely hard. It was definitely still hard, but it did feel like a good adjustment. It felt like it helped them out a lot, and it felt like they really had their footing in places where they would have been pushed back sooner. So I think that like this is definitely a good adjustment that helps.
Yeah, it does. I totally agree, and I think we're actually getting some intel from the people up above. I believe Sungura, since their net unfortunately keeps causing them to DC, there is going to be a sub for Sungura, I think.
And I mean, honestly, I think it's the best adjustment they can make. Even if you're bringing in a player cold, this many DCs and you're in grand finals, you don't want to risk it again, right? So you just do what you have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in this position, you're from grand finals into a bracket reset against a good team, and you can get a good sub. I mean, hey, I think that's definitely a good call if you're having to keep having these internet issues.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks for Sungura. Like, it could easily just be a Nintendo issue or a location issue between players. Like, who knows? This game isn't exactly the most stable, but yeah. You kind of just have to make the decision and take a deep breath and keep going and then hope that it's better next time.
Yeah.
And turn off your microwave. Do you remember that? It was like in Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 1, there was like one guy who would always DC anytime he turned on the microwave.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh.
Every once in a while, it just comes back to me and I laugh because, like, the idea that I could be sitting here playing a really important grand set and then, like, someone's like, oh, let me heat up some soup. Like, man, that would suck. That would just suck.
It's like your cousin is just visiting from out of town and it's just like, I'm gonna heat up my leftovers and then...
Or someone knows that it makes you DC, so they just go into your kitchen and they keep pressing it to do it on purpose.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I don't mind for them that they're taking some time here to just make sure that they can go into this next game without a DC because
I want to see the game play out. Yeah, I don't want this to end with a DC. No one does.
Yeah.
It's a shitty way for a game to end.
Yeah.
So it would be rad. It would be really, really rad if we could get someone to not DC. Yeah.
Sometimes it's so weird how sometimes too it's like sometimes the person with the good internet will host and then like even if you switch the host, all of a sudden it fixes it. I don't get it. This game is very unstable, like you said.
Yes. A couple forks stuck into a potato, and everything works out. So we got Hellraiser in here, which is, if everyone is familiar with the player Goss, that is Goss. We will be calling them Hellraiser just because, names on screen is easier for everyone involved, and I don't want to remember things right now. So
true.
Yeah. So getting right into things, first half going to Nightmare and a first control of mid also going to Nightmare. This is their chance.
Okay, so we're looking at these comps here, and it's so interesting too. Nightmare's not going to have a pencil this time around, but hey, I mean they have Goss. They got it. It's fine. Nightmare here pushing forward, gonna get the first checkpoint right away, and they're actually doing a great job at holding this right space. Okay, guess what? Luke said, no, you're not gonna do that. I'm just gonna Zuka you guys. Luke able to take down 2 members with that Zuka, and now Zones equals good, actually grabbing the Rainmaker, pushing forward, and doing a really good job at taking space. I love the double wall, too. They're just like, we're just gonna double wall in your face so we can start pushing up.
I hate that. I honestly hate that. Lemon coming in here with a funny flank with the hammering is going to get a couple down and pick up that Rainmaker and just book it. They already have that checkpoint down, so they try to swing past it. Unfortunately, they are going to go down early, and a beautiful drop in a mid from Forge on that 52 gal is going to start swinging things in the other direction. Now, they have I would say control of mid. They're in mid, and they're threatening mid. But we're still waiting for the rest of the team to catch up, and they're doing so, just a little slowly, a little more slowly than I'd like into a team like Nightmare.
Yeah, they are taking their time a little bit, but at least I think they were able to take down 1 member of Nightmare. Nightmare still pushed back a little bit, and actually Fishy utilizing the range of that squeezer to take down Lemon. So Zones equals good, in control of the Rainmaker, actually slowly chipping away at these members of Nightmare. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to push that Rainmaker any further to get to that first checkpoint. So Nightmare shutting down that push from Zones equals good, collapsing here around the Rainmaker, and now using a cooler. Maybe gonna make something else happen here. They don't have a strong lead, but they definitely do still have the lead. And there's actually only 1 member left of Zones equals good. That is a wipe. Nightmare gonna be able to push this Rainmaker pretty far here.
Yeah, they're probably going to get up into about, I was going to say 20-point rank, but I mean, great job there from Forge coming up on the right-hand side incredibly quickly to stop that Rainmaker. But Lemon jumped in yet again, and Forge having to just retreat to help teammates. And that's honestly a smart decision. I think they got a little too far ahead of everyone else, and then Lemon got in between them and cut them off, you know. It's a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to figure out that timing, figure out the synergy, figure out how you want to play things and not rush into it or play too slowly. So Rainmaker once again has reset. Both teams initially there had all members up on the board. Hellraiser does go down. Unfortunately, Miner goes down as well for Nightmare. But guess what? On the other side, Zones equals good does have 2 members go down for themselves. So we're seeing this Killer Whale come out from Forge, and that's actually going to do a great job at assisting them to get a pick onto Lemon. Now with Zones equals good having this main mid control, using the Zuka as well to get a pick and create some space, this might be what they need in order to at least push forward and get through the first checkpoint.
That's 3 players down in quick succession from Nightmare, which puts Zones equals good into a great position to try to get this checkpoint, except, specials happen. So you gotta take a sec, I guess. Lemon doing what Lemon does and dropping into mid is gonna cause some difficulties, but that said, we might still get this checkpoint if we don't get down to Miner in the process.
Oh, that was so close. I saw exactly what they were doing, trying to play that carefully, but also rush it at the same time. Miner was right there with that bucket, just sloshing over the ledge, not approaching and just saying, hey, I'm here. I don't know if you see me, but I'm here guarding this. So Nightmare does have a really, really good hold on their defense, though Lemon does grab the Rainmaker and tries to drop it down on the right side of mid to make it more difficult for Zones equals to grab the Rainmaker for themselves. But if Zones equals good can get set up here, they might be able to make something happen, though. Lemon, once again, finalized what they were trying to do initially, did drop the Rainmaker down into that right side of the map. So this might be a little bit difficult for Zones equals good.
This is... They kind of just reminded Forge there, I think, of what I want to see more of. Okay, this is going to be a checkpoint, first of all. But what I wanted to see more of was a player going onto this left-hand side to take control of this snipe and left area. We needed to see more of that. Now, it's kind of do or die mode. We got 5 seconds left on the clock. Nightmare is 1 down. Lemon pops in from behind, is gonna go down and allow for that overtime still to happen. But it does put Zones equals good on a bit of a worse position than they were initially. We are popping specials and trying to move forward. Bombs coming in from all over the place. Hellraiser up here on the top right side, just firing that Zuka, is gonna get 3 to end that overtime and take this 3-1 for Nightmare.
Ooh, man. That got really close there too. I mean, what was it? Nightmare had a score of 36, and I saw it go down to 43, and I was like, oh no! And then Hellraiser was able to get that Zuka pick right at the last second. So, whew.
Yeah. Truly, honestly, fantastic job to Zones Equals Good. You played incredibly well. Some beautiful adjustments there into the changes and the play style of Nightmare. And Nightmare, beautiful job. We saw some incredible games from you despite the DCs. Sungura, who unfortunately had to sub out, played incredibly well in the games we did see them in. So beautiful work. And a big thanks to Goss as well for coming into sub so we could have the tournament finish.
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth. So Nightmare winning Proving Grounds 27 with a bracket reset. I mean, they had quite the story here. They got sent down into losers bracket. They had multiple DCs throughout the evening. They were able to win losers finals and go all the way into grand finals. And then they made a bracket reset happen. What a story tonight for Nightmare. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, and kudos to them for never losing the confidence and not losing the momentum and keeping things moving. Like, a lot of people, after facing that many DCs, would have lost energy. And it just felt like Nightmare kept it up all the way to the end.
Absolutely. Definitely hats off to them for that, because the mental you need to make sure that you don't crumble is so strong. And it looks like we are actually going to be rating Mr. Kyo-chan. So that's going to be it from us, from Lily and I, and also us from here at IPL. Lily, do you have any closing words for the chat?
Always wear your seatbelts. Drink lots of water. Sunshine is good for you, but wear your sunscreen. And follow Elemental on Twitter. They streamed this and were very nice and funny.
Exactly. Lily took the words right out of my mouth. all the same points I would have made, honestly.
Yeah. GG's, y'all. I hope you had a great time. We had a great time. Find Rissa on Twitter, Rissa Hi. Find me on Twitter, Splatoon Lily, and have an incredible weekend.
Good night, everyone.